Welcome, everyone, to our semi-finals of the Conqueror League. Tonight, we have Titan Gaming Hyperion versus Emotional Damage Energy. Last week, both of these teams 3-0'd their opponents and made their way convincingly to where they are today. My name is Dilby, and I'm joined here with my new friend, Max. Max, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good, Dylan. I guess we're going to go right into the draft here.
Yeah.
We've
We've got a lot to consider here because both of these teams last week, right, didn't face much competition, right? 3-0s all across the board. The only thing that wasn't a 3-0 last week was Glacial Charm versus Peak Slayers, the streamed match for the week. And despite some tech difficulties, it went very long and we had a pretty intense series. Do you think that'll be the case tonight?
I mean, between Glacial and Verdant, I believe, I think it'll definitely be closer than anticipated for a first seed versus a fourth seed, for sure. Especially after, like, it almost feels like it might be closer than last week. I don't think it's getting 3-0 either way, though. Especially after Peak Slayers were able to come so close to making the upset.
I have to agree. I mean, I've watched both of these teams for a chunk of this season so far and seen some pretty impressive things across both sides. So in our draft so far, what we're seeing is some pretty standard bans that we see throughout the year. Like Vi has been pretty high priority. Seraphine gets pick banned a lot, as well as Zach actually is a little bit more common than some people might expect. But here we see Misfortune, who has recently come into popularity very much.
I think something to mention, though, is we are now on patch 12.18, if I'm correct.
Yes.
Which means Misfortune was literally nerfed today.
Yeah.
And she got so popular from how strong her buff was, and they had to quick nerf her this patch for Worlds. So it should be interesting to see if they're already, like, adapted to the... Well, I guess they really can't be to the damage changes of MF going into this matchup.
Yeah, and against the MF, right, we see counterpicked right away as a Tristana, who I think can sort of handle that MF pressure, right? I mean, she'll get poked out a little bit. She doesn't really get that range until later on in the game. But I do think she has the ability, when paired with the proper support, to sort of just punish the Misfortune for any bad positioning or anything like that. So interesting to see that EDE has prioritized that pick so early on. And then picking up something like the Sejuani, which is all around consistent and been a great pick for teams all throughout the year. And there's that Leona we were saying with the Tristana to potentially punish the Misfortune.
This bot lane's going to be a bloodbath, though. You got Nautilus. If Tristana jumps in the wrong way or eats a nasty hook, that should just kind of be a free kill for Misfortune there. We also got Volibear, could be being flexed either top or jungle. It's more likely going to be the jungle. But right now, it looks like we have a very aggressive game on our hands.
Yeah, I think a lot of what's going to determine how this match is going to go is who's got bot prio at a given time, and can they turn that into an advantage with their jungler, maybe a fight over a Scuttle Crab or a stolen blue or red buff, something like that. I do think it's very possible. I think it'll get very scrappy very early on. Let's see what the rest of our bans are, and if that determines what we see sort of like in our mid lane picks and potentially top jungle flex.
They've taken out Rengar, which means they're probably thinking it's Volibear top. The Anivia pick swiped away for EDE. I think what's interesting about what we see now is I feel like Total Gaming Hyperion at the moment in a 3v3, they have the better team fight just because of the Misfortune ult, which does kind of put some onus on Tristana getting ahead in lane.
Yeah, definitely. And I think... Go ahead.
I just wonder how hard that's going to be when they have a Nautilus there.
Yeah, I think... Zone control might be the name of the game for Titan Gaming. Like you were talking about their team fight potential already with the Misfortune ult. Can they combine that with something, and can they find picks sort of in chokeholds throughout the map to really play that to their advantage? I mean, you could take it as literal as you want and take something like a Jarvan to lock people into a tight choke point with the Cataclysm. But, you know, we'll see what their picks are. EDE picking a Victor of their own. So a nice scaling, you know, high damage AoE reliable pick from them. Just going to need some time to amp up.
I almost wonder how good that Victor pick is going to be when it comes to laning phase, though. Because if Total Gaming Hyperion picks someone who can roam, that could make a big impact on the bot lane and maybe shut that Tristana down.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this Victor is going to have a hard time following something like a Sylas, for example. If the Victor doesn't have the vision, you know, we'll see where that goes. But here's this Varus, and with the Misfortune, we actually have kind of an idea of where this is going.
Yeah,
you seem to have a nice reaction to it.
Into Victor.
Yeah.
I think That's interesting. Varus can roam, but also the poke damage between Varus and Victor is going to be huge. Varus scales pretty well as Victor, so and he's got a lot better CC than Victor really does. I actually think the Varus is a really interesting pick there, and we're going to close it up with a Poppy. So I guess it's going to be Poppy jungle then. Volibear top.
Yeah, interesting. I have not seen AP Varus all too often. I think it was Caps who recently brought it back into the eyes of many people recently with his performance in the LEC finals, or I guess playoffs. But either way, interesting pick overall. I do like the Poppy to come in and shake things up with what we thought would happen with the Volibear. And that Xin Zhao with 0 seconds left looks like it will be swapped to Trundle. Okay, so Poppy Trundle, we've seen it a million times. I think, both of them have a lot of agency of what they can do over the map. Plays into that theme of what we were talking about. Getting priority and setting up vision, looking for picks, especially with these high damage burst bot lanes. Overall, do you have a preference between these two? Anybody who you would technically say, maybe won this draft?
I think when I'm looking at it overall, I'm assuming... I actually do think it depends where the Trundle goes. Because although it's most likely Trundle jungle, I almost wonder if it's better to put the Trundle top and send the Sejuani into the jungle. Just because I'm pretty sure Trundle would shit on Volibear in the top lane.
Yeah.
He wins at level 3, he wins at level 6. It really would shut the Volibear down in the top lane, and it would allow Sejuani to almost focus all the pressure onto bot lane. And because they have MF bot, they don't really need more damage going into the bot lane on ganks, and the CC should really just be enough to get MF ahead. So I think if they do send the Trundle top, it's better for EDE. If not, it's a pretty even draft. I think the team fight is better overall on the side of Hyperion. And with the Varus mid, I think it just depends on who wins that skill matchup. But
yeah,
it is Trundle top. So I do think EDE has it a little bit better. I think that is a really intelligent pick from EDE.
Hey, look at you. You spoke it into existence. I am actually surprised by that. I've just seen Sejuani top so many games in a row that it just didn't even cross my mind. But you called it out, and I think you're right. You have an idea of how that matchup's going to work out, and I think we're looking at EDE kind of feeling the same way. I think both of these comps have fairly similar approaches to what they want to do, so they're going to be contesting things, I would think, the same way, right? I mean, oftentimes when you have teams with very opposite goals, right? Early game versus late game scaling, side laning versus, 5-man, sometimes they don't always prioritize the same things, like Rift Heralds or early Drakes, etc. I think both of these teams are going to find themselves in similar positions where they need to get things done by certain moments in the match. And because of how evenly matched they are across a lot of lanes, we're just going to have to see how that paces out. I'm going to ask production real quick. Do we need to go to a quick break, or is this game ready for us? Okay.
All right, then let's get to the
sounds like, we can get straight into this match. So we're going to go ahead and load in here. No break for you guys today. We're starting a little bit early. Sometimes these matches do wait a little bit until around this time to even start draft. But here we are loading onto the Rift, and we're going to see exactly how this shapes up between Emotional Damage Energy and Titan Gaming Hyperion.
Round 2, game 1. First match of the semifinals for the 2nd and 3rd seed. And this is going to be interesting. I wonder if we're going to see... It's not looking like there's going to be an invade on either side. Definitely something to watch out for with the Nautilus, but it doesn't look like they're too worried for it. Yeah, I think the main matchups to watch out for to see where the game goes is with bot lane. But because of how the matchup between Abandon and Mobility Scooter is going to go, it's just interesting. Because if Volley can find a way to pick up an early first kill, it should Trundle down massively. But otherwise, I think the Trundle just wins the matchup. They're going to have the split push. Again, I do think Hyperion's overall team fight is better. But even if EDE doesn't elect to go for the team fights, they have a split pushing Trundle in the top lane. Yeah.
And I mean, how many times do you think Dogman has played against an AP Varus mid?
That's just a tough match to ever see, yeah.
It's something I have not played against, especially not recently. So I, might have my eyes there just out of curiosity's sake. It might not be the most interesting lane per se, but really I think because it's such an unconventional pick to some people, it will draw some attention. As we get into just kind of like our early jungle patterns and everything, I want to ask you, since both of these teams are coming off of a 3-0, do you think they're feeling a lot of nerves right now because they have, such a high ride of momentum? Or are they, feeling real confident and think that this will be a sweep?
I actually did message a player in both these teams before we started the stream. And I got to tell you, EDE is so confident they're going to 3-0 it.
Yeah, okay, good.
That being said, Hyperion lost to them the first time around 2-0. So, but there's been changes to the roster since. Right. So I wonder how that affects. I'm sure the EDE has to have the mental advantage just because they did 2-0 them. And they're coming off of a 3-0. That's massive momentum. But I think if Hyperion picks up one win, the nerves switch sides right away. So
yeah, I think so.
It really depends.
We got level 2 at the same time for both these bot laners, so no, flashy plays just yet. And I think the Nautilus Leona is just such a, interesting dynamic between the two of them because it is so punishing, but also they're really just bodyguards for their AD carries. They're meat shields in a sense for these high damage, these burst champions. It all depends on positioning. You get hooked, you get Zenith Bladed, you're in a horrible spot. Who's going to be proactive and get that first? It looks like we have the top side being totally cleared out for EDE. But actually, here's a hook, a Zenith Blade, I should say, as we're going to see the exhaust come down from both parties here. As My Name's Angel is going to have to flash away. He might actually go down to his second auto here. A lot of minion damage onto this Tristana, but I don't think it matters. She's going to walk away quite nicely. And at the end of the day, it looks like we have 3 summoners both sides, but My Name's Angel at the lower amount of health. And the wave kind of pushing towards him a little bit.
Both supports maintaining their flash. Sejuani is in the bot side, so I wonder if they're going to set up for a dive here. It would be risky to do so.
It is possible. No summoners on an Angel, and staying seems really tempting, right? Because this wave is going to crash, and there's another one right behind it. Looks like he's channeling the recall right now. Let's see if he commits to it. He might even get a level up soon if he wanted to stay, but he will back and take it safe. Don't really want to take any risks necessarily in this game 1.
I think it's a smart back, to be honest, with how it's going to go, especially knowing that Sejuani is, well, if they know Sejuani's bot side, it's a really, really smart back. That being said, Volley backed around at the same time, picked up a call, so he's going to try to take the lane safe. I think that's also smart from him. He's not going to beat the Trundle, but if he's able to play it safe, get call, and just try his best to be scaled up enough for those team fights, it's a smart way to play the matchup.
Yeah, I think he played the wave pretty nicely. He got a nice, pretty early shove. Now it's pushing back to him a little bit if he wants to play it safe. He seems to be, handling it just fine so far. And I think that Cole is actually a very smart pickup as well, like you said. In the mid lane, kind of what we predicted. Not a whole lot of action. These people need a lot of time to sort of get online. And they don't really feel like they're under too much jungle pressure just yet because of their ability to play with vision. And so I'm curious to see, just itemization out of them. Ludens versus Meandries, right? What they're going for. Do you have a prediction in terms of how you think that'll go, or is this just kind of
I don't know a whole lot about AP Paris, to be honest. I'm not even for me. I never see it. I duo with an ADC main, and
wait, hold that thought. Is actually Leona is going to have to use her flash. That was the one summoner that was saved here, as we see the Hex Flash now is available. So some presence here from the Poppy in the bot lane as they're shoving this wave out. I think they'll get this Misfortune in a fine position again. If she wants, maybe she could recall again after this wave gets shoved. Let's see if she stays, though, now that they know Dragon is up, and maybe they can find where Sejuani is. But she is on the top side of the map, so she'll be safe.
I gotta be honest, Sejuani's waffling a little bit here. She could have made an invadable Poppy was bot. She looked like she wanted to set up for a gank top, and nothing really happened. So it's right now, the only difference we're seeing in lanes is a slight jungle diff, to be honest. For a match that looks really bloody in every lane but mid, not too much has happened yet.
Yeah, I'm almost a little surprised that we don't see a first blood by this point. Sometimes I feel like people bring up CS differences, like less than 10. That doesn't always matter, right? I mean, you could look at the wave state at that point. Maybe it's pushing, maybe it's shoving, or maybe that's just the way the matchup goes. But overall, I mean, this is a very even game in all aspects, and it's gonna come down to, I think, maybe the first Rift Herald or Dragon fight.
Yeah, it's looking like they're literally within 50 gold of each other. We're just watching it slowly go up for each team. That was a nice little chip damage for a bandit, but the thing is, even with his ult, it's really risky to try to dive that tower just for the sake of Trundle ult still up. But Poppy's coming up there. This could be first blood.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to grab a plate too, and that's actually a flash committed to from the Poppy immediately. Teleport response is going to come out, so it looks like Victor's going to show up to prevent any type of dive. The Varus is here as well, but they seem like they're going to back off. They got the TP, and they're take it. There's the Chains of Corruption, actually. He's going to lock down this immobile Victor, who does have flash. He will get exhausted and double stunned, so he has no chance to use that flash. And meanwhile, another engage down here in the bot lane, as this Misfortune is just going to get blown up here with the Sejuani. The CC between her and the Leona is wild. More follow-up might come up here in the top lane, as it looks like Poppy's going to find some cheeky positioning and force this Trundle away and miss another wave.
Once again, I think that TP was really smart by the Victor. It could have came a little bit earlier, but that being said, him stepping out of tower range was going to get him killed regardless. He knew Varus walking up. Poppy and Volley are already there. Trundle committed his ult in that fight as well, so TPing back is a little bit risky with Poppy still up there. But that being said, the gank bottom really did just even it out for now.
Yeah.
We're slowly starting to see a gold lead of about 800. They're claiming drag here, which is, I think, more important than any of the gold lead that's come from the ganks. But I imagine they're just going to return it with the Herald that's coming up in about 40 seconds. So
yeah, I mean, 2 is greater than 1. So if you're looking at pure kills, you'll give it to EDE there. But also picking up the dragon, I think, is the icing on the cake. And that's kind of the proof in terms of who won that sort of trade between junglers on opposite sides of the maps. I think the Tristana's feeling great at this point.
The thing to be said, though, is Varus did pick up the kill top, which I think is the best person it could have gone to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a Volibear with that would have been nice, but as you were saying, he still might have a difficult time against the Trundle, so that money wouldn't necessarily do too much for him just yet. It'll be useful later, but I think the Varus having that money is really going to catch EDE off guard, perhaps. The amount of damage he can provide here, especially with the backup he's got, all that CC we saw with everyone up there in the top lane.
On top of that, if he's able to just start bullying this Victor more with that extra gold and the extra components, now that he's the blasting one and the recurve bow, if he's able to just get some chip damage, keep shoving the wave, it might open up the ability for him to roam more often. And really, the only way Volibear is going to survive this lane and be able to take on Trundle is if there's an impact from jungle or mid, which if he's roaming, it should work.
Yeah. I like what you're saying about sort of just shutting this Victor down entirely, as Abandon's going to take 2 tower shots there. Because this Victor, one thing about playing Victor is that, actually, I got to thought is there's a massive Glacial Prism onto this Varus, who's going to have to flash himself away out of this Chaos Storm. 2 follow-up flashes. Is he going to pick up a kill and return onto the Sejuani, and another tower shot onto the Victor, who I think will be out. Yeah, okay, so no follow-up there. Poppy, with the Phase Rush, maybe might be able to get something here. There's the Chilling Smite and some follow-up. Gravity Storm's not going to prevent that kill. Overall, this Varus is able to turn all that pressure onto the mid lane into 2 kills for his own team. And we might see another kill up here in the top lane as well. Ultimate's going to come out, Subjugate as well. And it looks like this Trundle might be winning the extended trade, as again, there's massive trade all over the map. Tristana is going to blow up the Misfortune for a second time here, and the Nautilus has to use his flash away. The Volibear did go down in the middle of all that as well, so overall, at the end of the day, I don't even know what the total kill score was. It's 3-5 now, and I feel like let's look at who won that. Talk me through it.
I think it's safe to say EDE overall comes out on top of that just because of bot and top, but the mid tower dive could not have gone worse for them. That was such a rough tower dive. The angle was great on Sejuani, but she got rooted under tower, of course, by Varus, letting him pick up a kill on top of that tower dive. And the kill went to Sejuani, which isn't great for the Victor. Then Poppy, obviously, came to clean it up because Victor was too close to tower as well, which it was just really well played by Peps. Then, of course, top and bot. I mean, Volibear waited a long time to engage after that initial tower dive, so by the time he went in, Trundle had his ult again, and you're never winning the 1v1 when Trundle has ult. But then again, we look at bot lane, Tristana's able to pick up a second kill. She has Kraken Slayer now, and I'll let you... We got another fight breaking out.
Yeah, fight up here in the top lane, which isn't actually where we expected all of our action to be, but that seems to be the recurring battleground. The Keeper's Verdict is just going to throw everyone away from there. So, they thought that was not a fight they wanted to take anymore. They still need this Volibear to finish his coal, right? Like, they have business they need to settle before they feel like they're ready to sort of take on this Trundle-Sejuani combo. So, I'm fine with that. I think that's okay. Really, where are we going to go from here? We saw the Rift Herald has been taken, so Poppy has the eye currently looking at where she might drop it. I thought top lane was a fine choice. 2 plates have already been taken down there. and that might give Volibear, a little bit more freedom, perhaps. But really, they could turn it into maybe a counter dive in the bot lane and use that for an advantage. As we're saying that, this Varus is getting beaten up here. Chaos Storm on top of his head. Looks like it will take him down. It's the Smite going to be used from the Sejuani to finish things off. And it looks like Peps is just a little bit too late this time around.
I think the one thing there is it is Sejuani picking the kill again, which isn't bad, but it still means the Varus has more gold than the Victor. And overall, as we get later into the game, Varus and Victor is going to matter a lot more than Sejuani getting the kill on, or the kill and the gold on that. That being said, I think that all Hyperion's in a really rough position because they keep trying to target the top wave, and it's just hard for them because MF's down 2 kills, Tristana's up 2, which Tristana having the gold is really, really good, especially later when we get into the team fights and the objective play. And although you can keep going top, Trundle is gonna get strong no matter what happens because of his ult. So when it comes to these later game team fights, he's probably going to be left alone in a 5v4 situation unless you keep Volley up there, who doesn't have any of the gold from any of the ganks either. So I think EDE is just in a massively good position, and I don't really know what you do as Hyperion to turn this around. You can either keep trying to target top and praying to God you're able to pick off the Trundle enough, or do you start going bot, hoping you have enough CC to take down the Tristana and try to get MF a bounty and pull her back into this match?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the options for both teams, really, where they go from here. I think the mid game is really where things sort of start to fall apart in terms of comfort zones, right? We lose sort of this idea of the laning phase. We lose towers, things like major objectives, this dragon being taken, of course. We start to kind of get into this unknown territory where we have to really be careful with our vision and our priority around certain parts of the map. So hopefully both of these teams are feeling comfortable in terms of how they handle that. We'll see from there. It looks like this dragon will be taken pretty uncontested, I should say, from the red team there, as we've got here plates falling in 20 seconds. Overall, I think we are in a pretty stable part of the game now. We have no Rift Herald coming up for a little bit. We might see some action down here in the bot lane as actually the Glacial Prism will come out here and onto this Nautilus. They're going to jump onto him like a second before his flash comes back up, actually. So they might be able to pick this one up. Bullet time is pretty good, though, to dissuade them from diving any further, and they will walk away with no deaths of their own, but do not pick up the Nautilus.
I almost wonder if it would have been smarter for Tristana to use her bomb on the Nautilus and just try to secure that kill. I think it's a little bit greedy trying to take on MF as well. I mean, it backs her up away from the fight. And
yeah, actually, we have another dive going down here. As this Leona is going to use her flash to instantly get this stun off. She will go down eventually, but the TP from the Volibear, he's looking for a little bit of vengeance, but he might have just put himself into trouble as this Tristana is going to assist the Victor in getting him now 3 kills, who in the early game was not feeling great, but now that he's 3-2, I think he's doing much better after that rotation.
And that was just so nicely played by them all down there, just keeping the Volibear in the Victor trap, especially Sejuani doing the bump back in. Just really nice, not really letting Volibear play at all there. Trundle's probably going to get top turret off that as well, and they have a free Rift Herald to secure. That being said, it's Cloud Soul, which honestly isn't great for them. I mean, it's good. It's good on Trundle.
Yeah.
It does really suck that they're able to secure. I mean, Mountains obviously gives them a lot of stats, 9% armor and magic resist. You got some good, like, also Hextech Dragon, really good for their team. The attack speed buff, the ability haste buff, really good for Victor, Tristana, Trundle. But realistically, Ocean and Inferno Soul is just way better for them than Cloud Soul. Like, their team is not a Cloud Soul team at all.
Yeah. It's interesting, the like win percentages for all the souls. Obviously it's very high, but I feel like if you get soul anyway, like you're already that far ahead in the game that, you know, it's just icing on the cake. It's a little bonus for you, really.
Oh, for sure. And they've also
get to a point, right? Yeah, if we get to a point where like 7 Drakes have been taken, you know, that soul isn't as much of an indicator as it being like 4 Drakes to 0. But for them to have gotten the second Rift Herald as well, I think they're really getting a lot of money real soon. I think they'll start crushing a few more towers. They've got this mid-outer tower still that they can take down, and it looks like that's where they're putting some of their attention real soon. Misfortune down here alone in the bottom lane. She does have her Nautilus, who's assisting her in getting some vision. Might sort of shove that in, but Victor will clean up that wave. And this is where we start to have these bits of lane swaps. Maybe we find some punishment in these bot laners who do not have a tower anymore. And this Nautilus is going to try and have to hook himself away. Looks like he's going to walk himself right into the hands of the Tristana, who's going to jump immediately towards the Poppy and get stunned into the wall. A bullet time now has to be flashed away from this Tristana. Use the ultimate to get her to safety, and I think barely, from the Varus will secure that kill, and it looks like we have a bit of a chase here going on, and I think they have the chance to get a couple of kills here. We'll find another stun onto the Leona. This Victor is going to try and provide something. We'll get a kill in return. Gravity Storm to dissuade any further chase, and at the end of the day, it looks like it's a 1-for-2 in the favor of Hyperion. Well, if you don't count the top tower that they're about to lose.
And that's the thing, right? They just lost another fight bot. Or, they kind of won the fight bot, but you're also losing top turret, which is around as much gold as a kill. You open up the top side of the map more with Baron coming up in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You already have the bot side open because you're missing the T1. Like, sure, you can argue that they won the fight if you're going solely by kills, but Trundle didn't have to go for that. He has the T2. He's probably going to rotate to the bot side after Dragon. Yeah. And when it comes to the Baron fight, they better convincingly win the 5v4, or is it even going to be worth it? Because should they fight the Baron 5v4, they're going to lose T2, maybe T3 on the bot side. And Trundle's got a Hullbreaker. He's never coming to a team fight. He showed his cards. But the problem is, even though Trundle showed his cards, who do you send to stop him? Varus can't beat him. MF can't beat him. You're not going to send Nautilus, obviously. Poppy can't beat him. And Volibear's already shown he can't beat him one-on-one. So it's either you send 2 targets, or you have to engage on these team fights quick.
Yeah, definitely committing to that solo lifestyle with the Hullbreaker. It's going to be tough. And I think if you're in the position of the blue team who doesn't have their top inner tower, your path towards Baron is so much more dangerous. You lose vision, you lose safety without those towers. They're lucky to still have their 2 mid towers, but those might go down pretty soon still, as we saw the Rift Herald actually did just get dropped, so that option is not available to them anymore. But with Dragon up now, it could have turned into a massive play. We'll see a bit of a pick here. Actually, this Misfortune might get blown up, has to commit to the heal, and there's a TP sort of behind this fight, actually, as we have the Trundle coming in. It's his first time here in a major fight. Let's see what he's able to get done. The Pillar is going to sort of block that bullet time in a weird sort of way. And we have a bit of a disengage, right? Already it's just a 1 kill onto the Nautilus. So we have a bit of prio onto the Dragon here for EDE. Looks like they might want to get some damage onto this mid tower, but their priority is split. I think they've got Sejuani on the Dragon, right? Trundle's going towards the bot lane. I think that's okay now that they've gotten that kill. They know that Hyperion sort of have to back off, and they're able to pick up Soul Point here.
And the other thing is, Herald did get the crash topside. I'm not sure if we.
Oh, you're right. Yes, but I see. It is dark.
they dropped the Herald top as more of a distraction there. I'm not sure if I like that. I understand why it prevents Volley from showing up and Trundle's able to show up. But I feel like you can get more use out of that anyway, and I'm pretty sure you just win that fight anyways.
Actually, especially if you're is going to pick up a kill before he goes down, though, it looks like. As Tristana may be able here to save the day. This Victor was never in any danger at all, and I think we're seeing a pretty big swing in terms of momentum here for EDE. Right, they're picking up kills, they're getting dragons, they're getting towers now. I think things are really starting to go their way. Even though the gold lead isn't necessarily that massive, they're getting crucial item spikes for people like their Victor and their Tristana.
I don't know if I would say 4K isn't that massive, especially in this situation, man. Victor is although he wasn't strong, and it's not Varus' fault. Oh my god, man. That 4K gold lead, and with the majority of your gold now funneled onto Dogman and Instinct, it's not looking good for Hyperion.
I can explain.
3 dragons.
Yeah. Go ahead. I guess I just wanted to say, like, 4K gold leads we've seen teams come back from, I guess. What I didn't realize is that so much of this gold lead was between the Tristana and the Misfortune. But now that I'm taking a second look at it, it's pretty clear. Almost all of that 4K gold lead seems to be between the 80 carries here. And I don't really know if there's anyone who can stick to this Tristana or Victor, right? I mean, maybe you get a stray hook with the Nautilus, or Volibear finds some kind of flank. But even still, their sticking potential is not great. I think these 2 carries are going to be feeling pretty comfortable to get lots of damage off. And I think they've found their point in the game where they're they're happy to look for scrappy fights, even if it's not the most, ideal circumstance, right? They might have to walk into a bullet time because what's the bullet time going to do? This Miss Fortune's only a level 11, right? It's not like she's on 5 items or anything like that.
And after the MF nerfs, I think I'm not sure if Angel's used to how much the damage was really reduced.
Yeah, right. I mean, we have no kills for him so far, so maybe, had this been a patch earlier, we would see that number be a little different. Lots of vision being denied here in this jungle, and it looks like this Volibear might actually be in trouble. Has to ult away just to keep himself alive. And they might lose another inner tower here in the bot lane. And this is what you're allowed to do when you have this much of a gold advantage.
But we got 5 rotating to the bot side. Trundle's going to try to make something happen mid here. They're retreating the 5v4, so...
Yeah, I think they know the call is to run. Let's see if they're able to get out with their lives, though. As Leona looks like she's going to just sort of dissuade the Poppy, give her a stun and let the Trundle do his work. There's a missing thing, actually, in the mid lane. And it looks like EDE are going for the re-engage now that they've bought enough time. I don't know if it's the right call, but actually this damage is absurd from the Victor. He will get stunned up by the Chains of Corruption, but I don't know if it matters necessarily. Varus able to pick up some backup damage. But remember, this was a 4v5 here, as the Volibear did have to run away a little bit early in the fight, though. Victor able to get a stun, splitting his priority between the 2 targets, so not able to pick up either of the kills, but he might be able to join his Trundle in terms of pushing this top and mid tower. Super low health bars for the Poppy and the Varus, and this Trundle unfazed by this entire situation.
And I kind of think it's a mistake sending Volley before the fight even began. He began running away before they still committed to the chase. I think if you're going to commit to the chase, although it went well, they picked up bounties, it is better for them. I think you just concede the T2, take the fight, and have him TP to the T3 to defend it. I think you need Volley there for the CC, for the just for the damage, the shield.
Yeah, the threat onto the carries, absolutely.
The other thing I don't really like is you play Volley top, and he really just kind of built into Trundle. I think that's like he was playing kind of aggressive for someone who bought Call, and now he's reverted to Divine Black Cleaver. I personally, when I play Volley, I don't tend to go Divine into Black Cleaver. I know top you usually go Riftmaker, and you can try to counter the split push by going like Riftmaker, Nashor's Hullbreaker. You can also just go the full tank build, which kind of would have been better here if you would have got the Chem tank to just run at Tristana and try to catch her off guard. But I feel like they're really playing into the split push comp.
Here's a hook in the mid lane, actually, as we're able to get a massive pickup onto the Sejuani. So able to catch her standing sort of in the wrong place at the wrong time. The re-engage, though, from EDE might be significant enough for them to get a kill onto the Nautilus, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. He's going to escape with barely, like 30 health, it looks like. So nice pick for them. Maybe they can get a little bit more priority towards this Drake, which is spawning in 10 seconds. Actually, flash committed to from this Tristana, who's going to get exhausted immediately. She will pick up that really easy kill for herself, but using a summoner and sacrificing her own life just for a support, I don't know if that was the optimal play right there.
That was just so cocky. That was actually the most disrespectful play we have seen thus far this game, and she got deservingly so instantly got caught for it. That being said, this Hyperion still is just not keeping track of the Trundle.
Maybe it's so big brain that she was able to just buy the time and stop the recalls that this Trundle's able to get inhib, It's like, is it worth it? Maybe. Did it allow this to happen? Kinda. My question though is, why does Abandon have a fear of using TP? Yeah, you could have TP'd
right? There's Nautilus is going to be up. You could have tried to save the inhib. There's just a fear of using TP to stop Trundle. You have to do that. If you are going to be taking fights 5v4, Trundle walked away. Tristana made a really horrible disengage, cost them soul, but
nice. Maybe it's all working out in their favor. It's like crazy that all this is happening sort of against what we think would be the normal, traditional path for a game like this. Using TP to stop a split push, stopping a back so that your teammates can get an inhib, right? It's making no sense, but it kind of, in this weird way, is working in a strange sense. At least right now it looks like for Hyperion, as they've got the man advantage. They could opt to move towards Baron, but remember, they don't even have this mid outer tower down. Maybe they just try to get this down first. This is a much easier objective bounty to claim, then make their way towards Baron. It seems like they're going to stick as a 5-man here and sort of ARAM it a little bit. Maybe they can pick up 2. No Trundle is a big deal, because as a 5-man, right, this is a pretty strong composition when they don't have to worry about someone backdooring them. They did lose an inhib, like a minute ago, but there are no supers in their base just yet, so they're free to take 2 towers mid. Not bad in terms of what they were able to pick up in terms of objective bounties.
Not at all, but you leave Baron on the map now while the other 5 are up. Volley's defending bot. He still has the TP up, so maybe
yeah,
TP
I think this is what the TP was for. I think you're right. Now, there's on my way pings all over the place for both teams here, but this Baron damage is crazy, actually. This thing's going to be taken down before Hyperion can even show their face towards that Baron. TP does come in, right? And so now Volibear's a little bit behind enemy lines. Not going to look for a fight, though. And after all this time, that's what the TP was used for. What do you think?
I think you just commit too late there. You start. The thing is, you notice they start walking away, and then some of them stop their backs to go. Some of them don't. Like, they didn't make a cohesive decision. At that point, Volley just got to push the bottom wave. They do too much damage with Victor Tristana, and honestly, I think taking the T1 and then just going for Baron is just better overall. Is it a little bit risky with Tristana and Victor up with how much damage they do? Sure, but is it riskier leaving Baron up for EXE?
Right? Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I don't blame them. It's safer, but, that almost guaranteed that they gave Baron away. So, especially when they all, recall at the same time and don't have any insurance. Volibear having TP was their insurance, I guess, in case that did happen, but like you said, a little bit too late. So, now that EDE has Baron, what's their game plan? They've already got bot inhib down. Where do we put these people?
Yeah, I think you just turtle, pray to God you can keep your T3s alive until inhib comes back up, and then pray to God you win that Cloud Dragon fight. There's not much you can do. The one thing is, Herrinx is great at getting picks. If one of them overstep...
Yeah, there's Chains of Corruption. This might be a pick right here. Actually, this Varus is doing a pretty big chunk of damage. And they're going to find the single target, actually, as it's going to be the Nautilus. And so now that they have a man advantage, let's see if they can engage onto this 4 squad here in the mid lane. Can they get something done? As actually, the Poppy's going to sort of give them a chance to escape themselves, and they might just say, thank you, we'll take our inhib and be out of here, right? Our sacrificial Trundle did his job, but now Poppy's changing his mind a little bit. Maybe we want to go back in. He is so much faster than the rest of his team that he has no backup, and so EDE are fine. They say, okay, we'll go back in, right? We got 2 inhibs down now. It's an even fight. Let's go get something that we can do with this. Bullet time is pretty big, right? It's able to get a lot of damage. 3v3 now. 1 member going down for both teams. We have Victor still alive, though, with this Tristana, and it looks like they know at this point there's no real threat against them. Tristana going to spend a lot of her time jumping around here, and Victor able to provide the assist in that final kill. That is going to be an ace, and it looks like we are done here, ladies and gentlemen, with game 1.
Yeah, that's going to be it. EDE picking up the first match of the series.
Yeah, impressive stuff from them. I think they really found their way sometime at the mid game where all of a sudden it just sort of exploded into like a 4 or 5k gold lead. And once they had items on their carries, they said, it's go time. Right? We've got all our buttons. We know what we need to do. Let's show you what we can do. And I'm impressed. I think both of these teams really have a shot in this best of 5, remember? So still a lot of chance for Hyperion to show something here. But either way, I think EDE especially coming out strong with a fairly dominant second half to this game. We're going to go to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, and when we come back, we're going to start draft for game 2. Don't go anywhere.
Watch you wave or represent them. The world is watching. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. Write your story down. Here's your history. Pride and country. You could have everything. So bring home the glory alive. Here's your judgment.
in this gothic underground city. We all sin. If I bring a couple rounds with me, then we all win. I came back and brought the crown with me. The king's can't break your nexus and your neck, cause everybody's on your head.
Just like kick your butt, go run them up, then paint my nails. Never learned to raise my hand, was too busy raising hell. Everything I know I am, you should go and save yourself. Thought you had my number, huh? Congratulations, played yourself.
Underground utopia, dynasties in dystopia. Fear is never an option, so dying is not a real phobia. I'm beating the odds, rising to every occasion. That's ever defeated the gods. Switch up the mind, nothing but champions coming. I'm rolling on one little squad.
Hold still while I back that. Talk back till I snap back. This ain't brown, this that dark black. This that pitch black, jet black. Snap your ex, watch me give them flashbacks.
Pressure's rising fast as lightning, they can't stop it now. If you ain't talking realness, then just change the topic now. They laughing at the top like they can't see the bottom. And they thought I needed help, but I got hit without them. I am sharper than a pack of 100 razor blades. When the smoke clears out of here, but they name gon' fade. I'ma be here doing it my way. They said I should change it up, but what did I say?
Welcome back, everybody. We just finished game 1 between Emotional Damage Energy and Titan Gaming Hyperion. Overall, pretty scrappy, but it looks like EDE were able to find their bearings a little bit and take a fairly convincing second half to that game there, with a fairly unique composition and playstyle in terms of their side laning pressure and Baron control. Again, I am Dilby. I'm joined here with my friend Max. Max, what are your thoughts on game 1, and what are you looking for here in game 2?
Thoughts on game 1. Hyperion needs to play it better. I'm just going to be blunt right now. Hyperion needs to play it better. If they weren't committing to the team fights quick enough, Trundle got too much. I'm going to just say it like it is. First off, Hyperion picked red side this game. I believe it's loser's choice, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
So, interesting. I hope they have a reason for picking red side.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just to switch it up because they lost the blue side. But I don't want to see a comp similar to what they did. I want something different. I want either you match the split pusher top.
Yeah.
If they're gonna play the way they did, they have to be more confident with their engages. I think there's a little bit of a mental diff still because of what happened during the series. They did change out their support in between games. I don't know if that's going to make that big of a difference. I don't really blame that last game on bot. I think the biggest differences came from top and jungle. Sejuani was everywhere. They kind of just sacked bot lane, and Trundle was going to be strong anyways. I think it was just the macro was really misplayed. The micro was fine. It was just, I mean,
yeah. No, I mean, I think you started well. The thing you brought up about them picking red side, I think the one advantage you get there is that you have final pick. So if they wait to see that EDE is going again for some kind of split push, side laner comp, then they can react to it with something of their own that can handle that pressure, right? Maybe they want to save their top lane sort of as like their 5th pick. We'll see if that's true. Bans, for the most part so far, look nearly identical. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think they are identical to what they were last game.
Sejuani is out. Sejuani is the only difference.
Okay, I see.
I think it's fine. I think it's interesting you don't ban out Victor. I think for sure you ban out Victor. One thing I don't like, we are still prioritizing MF. Why are we still prioritizing MF? She is not as strong. Wait! Okay, never mind. They're toying with me.
They are toying with you. Do you think they know that you're casting the series and they're...
I did mention it to both teams that they should pick one of them, but
it's working. For those who don't know, Max and I were talking in between this series, and he confessed his love for both Xin Zhao and Mundo. So it looks like we have a bit of a shout out to him here as we are hovering these two picks. It is going to look like it's the Braum actually going to be paired with this Misfortune. Don't mind that. I think that's a new fresh pick we've seen so far in the series. And who knows? Maybe you will get your Xin Zhao after all.
I think the one thing is I almost do like Hyperion's change up with Ashe and Janna. If you're gonna sack bot lane, at least have bot laners who can defend themselves, disengage, and will be important later into the match.
Yeah, and I mean
now
Ashe is always reliable with her ult, but yes, as you were saying, and now.
Oh yeah, and now if they pick a split pusher, which we got Trundle there, he's gonna be flexing to the jungle or top. Now you can send that Ashe arrow at the Trundle.
Yeah,
you
absolutely,
can stall
right?
him for the 1v1, and maybe that makes a difference.
some of the things that did work on the Trundle was the lockdown, right? When we saw the Chains of Corruption come out, right? And he had nowhere to go, and they just committed to CCing him and jumping on him before anything else turned into a problem. That was good, right? They were able to pick him off quickly. They just, had to have that CC available. There's Twisted Fate, so maybe we have some kind of global presence to sort of match this split push pressure from the Trundle. Assuming, again, we are under the impression that this will be a top Trundle, because that's what we saw in game 1. Maybe they've got the biggest brains in the room, and they're going to flex it to jungle and bait Hyperion into picking this, global comp. Who knows?
Here's what's interesting. Now that we got a global comp going, we don't got a lot of damage. I almost feel like they're going to pick Nocturne jungle. I think they're going to, just to commit to it. But that means you need a strong carry top. So if you're going to do the strong carry top, this could work. It's the change-up in draft we need. It's just we're going to be very reliant on Abandon this game, I think. Unless you pick a carry jungler, which could work as well. I don't think if you're going to pick a carry jungler, it's not going to be Nocturne. It needs to be someone like Kindred, who can just go and carry each fight as the hard damage. But they have no tank either right now, so they're going to need to pick at least a bruiser within the top and jungle pick. It's weird. I feel like although it's interesting, their global comp, they're missing a front line and a carry.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to pick 2 champions that fit into this composition already, but also fulfill those roles. I think EDE kind of sniffed out what you were saying in terms of them needing a reliable bruiser who can maybe match some side lane pressure. So that's why we see the Olaf ban there. Hyperion themselves are going to get rid of the Victor and the Anivia, so no more coasting into the late game and then all of a sudden becoming a problem, at least on those champions. Camille, again, another one of those side laning potential champions who could sort of match that. We do have still things left like the Gwen, perhaps, that could be an option. But really, I think the ball is in Hyperion's court, and let's see if they fumble it or not. Are they going to be able to round this draft out with something reliable? Or are we just going to get sort of this mishmash of, low damage champions that don't really work too well together?
If that's not Volley Jungle, I have a problem. If that's not Volley Jungle, I have it better be Volley Jungle. You pick Volley Jungle, you put him as tank. If that's Volley top, I'm gonna have some words with Hyperion, because I don't think you put Abandon back on Volley into the same matchup. I was gonna say I think it might be smart for EDE to put Trundle in the jungle, just because if they're gonna be using this global comp, having Trundle jungle might just be for the best, because you don't need the split.
Well, there's the Maokai.
Okay. Well, is that Maokai jungle or top?
That's just what I was asking you. I was almost hoping you would tell me, because I tried to make the prediction last game and I was wrong. But
I want it to be Maokai top.
You do?
I think you look at the global comp. As a guy who played Maokai versus Volley today with the new Maokai buffs, I can tell you, Volley doesn't win that.
Well, I love this Vigar pick. Maybe it doesn't fit in perfectly, but I just love Vigar in general. I think that is a huge burst in damage, right? When your most previous picks were Braum, Trundle, Maokai, right? You don't necessarily have the highest burst damage necessarily. I think the Vigar is going to, compensate for that a little bit. And then again, you have a bit of a reliable team fight with Misfortune's bullet time. Maybe they can find something this time and show the MF value that we didn't really see last game. Final pick here is the Riven. Whoa. What do you think about that?
Thank God it's not Volley Bear top. Okay, here's the thing. Who won draft? EDE. I think it's convincingly EDE who won draft. However, it does not mean Hyperion loses the game. Because, it's going to be hard for Riven top. Riven also, they're relying upon to win. We're going to jump right into the game here, so let's just go straight to the Riv. I'll finish this thought on the Riv. But, with Riven top, you have to think about this. Riven's the carry, from what you can see. Riven needs to win before Maokai has the health.
Yeah, and he's going to get there pretty quickly, I would think, right? Can we punish him before he gets to that real comfy stage? It is not Trundle top, as we have identified so far, right? That is real quick in terms of ending that draft and getting into this game here, but I just want to re-emphasize that. So it looks like we sort of baited Hyperion into picking this global comp to better handle that, and now that isn't really something that they might have to worry about. Maybe they'll just get outdrafted and outfought in a team fight. You know, that could be their biggest problem this game.
Oh yeah.
So go on.
I think you're right. This is gonna be game 2 of round 2, 1-0 to EDE going into this. It's scary. It is. I think it's really scary for Hyperion because of the draft. That being said, their CC is there. If you're looking CC wise, it's there. If Abandon gets ahead, I think Hyperion wins. If he doesn't, they still have a chance. You have a safe bot lane into MF. It's on MF to get the kills, so that in team fights she's useful.
And last game, you were talking a lot about Abandon, who had bought a Cole, but then proceeded to play aggressive anyway, right? Now that he doesn't necessarily have to fill that role of like the weak side, you know, he probably is not going to buy a Cole. Do you think that's going to fit better for him now that he's on something like Riven?
Oh, I think absolutely. With how aggressive he played last game into a matchup he shouldn't have been playing aggressive, I think they made the right choice putting him on someone like Riven. They're sending Peps the right way this time. They're putting him into the lane that they need the kills on. Whereas last time, I think, personally, he should have passed bot.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. Opposite mirroring from the jungles here. So we will see this Volibear make his way towards the top side around level 3, 4. Maybe get something done early for this Riven, who might even try to get some early trades here onto this Maokai, you know, soften him up a little bit for, who knows, maybe even a dive or just a real easy gank. Hope to see some potential action out of this Riven. Would hate to see her fall behind and then just watch, you know, Hyperion's chances walk away, because remember, this is all their damage.
Yeah.
TF, probably one of the lowest damage output mid laners in the game. Ashe, probably one of the lowest damage output AD carries in the game. Not to say that they can't provide enough, but really, you know, you don't have that mega sustained damage that you might have like in Vigar or Misfortune. Riven, big shoes to fill.
Oh yeah, but the unfortunate thing we just seen here is Volley went for a 3 camp and then stepped over a ward on his Raptor Pits. He's also taking a lot of time watching this mid lane, and if this doesn't work out,
this Vigar, it looks like they will actually, as the baby cage is not going to find a stun just yet, and that empowered auto actually from the Twisted Fate. Who am I to talk about low damage? Is going to pick up first blood, so we're going to have to see Dogman use his TP to get back to mid lane ASAP. A bit unfortunate to go down that early. Did use his flash as well, but hey, I mean, Gaypeps, he steps on a ward, but makes something happen with it anyway.
You know what? Is it low damage? Yes, but is it going to be lower than Vagar? No. The other thing that is a little bit weird with EDE's comp is early game, if they don't get ahead, it becomes on Vagar. Their only target is Vagar, and when you have Riven and Volibear, Riven with that huge execute and Volley who just can just ult through the Vagar cage, it does get hard for them late game. So I think with Hyperion, although I was kind of a little bit nasty towards their draft, if they are able to hold out for super late game as well, although it might not be great for Riven, it will be great for the rest of their team. Riven's also doing a good job right now at just slowly starting a little gold gap. I know it's not much, again, like 8 CS really.
Yeah.
What's 8 CS? But it's been what, 2, 3 waves, 4 waves.
Yeah, and she will eventually get plates and deny some farm, as we've got a pillar down here in the bot lane. Remember, we have a lot of escape potential, I guess, between this Janna and Ashe. I think they're going to feel pretty safe, especially from where they're standing in the lane. And we kind of did count out this draft from Hyperion a little bit, but one thing that they can really do is deny engages fairly well, right? They've got gold cards, Ashe arrows, Janna can throw out tornadoes, right? They're able to sort of get themselves some distance, so that way they don't get collapsed on too easy. And if Riven is doing something on the other side of the map, you know, maybe that works out really well for them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm actually kind of surprised that Trundle isn't going up there and is focusing on going bot at the moment. Volibear's got a nice invade going. Twisted Fate might be making his way top. He looked like he was considering it there. Doesn't have ultimate yet. Still has his TP up on like Vagar right now. I think the only problem is he doesn't want to leave Vagar alone for too long because of his stacks. You don't really want to let Vagar stack for free, but
yeah,
I think I think once Twisted Fate has ult, having that ult TP is going to be really big. And I think we may be seeing a lot of tower dives top lane once Volibear hits 6. And if Trundle's not there for the counter gank, this Riven will get ahead.
Yeah, and this TP, actually, I'm going to hold that thought, actually, is we have a massive stun onto this Janna, who, before we even know it, is just going to disappear before our very eyes. So that's the Ignite committed to, and a flash as well from the bot laners of EDE, but they're fine with it, right? Free gold, free kill, we'll take it. Absolutely.
They're not fine with it, actually, because it goes to Braum!
Oh, good point. Did not even think about that.
It went to Braum, all that for a kill on... Like, it's good.
Yeah.
But for a kill on Braum...
Well, let's see if something different happens here now, as we've got Twisted Fate here. Will they be able to pick up something as punishment, maybe, on this Misfortune? She does have Cleanse, so she's going to walk away from a gold card pretty easily. That's Destiny, number 1 being used. People oftentimes say that the first Destiny is the most important, and getting a Cleanse, you know, you kind of should just check the summoners before you do that and think, is my point-and-click CC just going to get cleansed? If the answer is yes, you know, maybe you should have used it on, I don't know, somebody else. Maybe go top, punish this Maokai or something. A bit disappointing that didn't lead to anything else, but here we are.
I think the main problem with that too is he went in right into the middle, like showed before Volley could get there. If he's gonna show and like not try to TP into the tri-bush and hope there's not a ward or something, you need to make sure that Volley is closer. Because it's fine, it is fine if you burn the MF cleanse if Volley's next to them to Q. I think it was just, he went a little bit too early there. Either way, it secures Dragon, which is good.
Yeah.
He does commit the TP mid as well. But it wasn't the worst in the world. Also,
it's
that
true,
Mountain
yeah.
Drake, is nice to counteract the Veigar's burst later into the game.
Yeah, that'll add up, actually. That will probably pay some dividends, you know, whether or not we see it, you know, in full time. But it will be there.
Oh yeah, late into the game, it is going to be really good, assuming Volibear builds tank this game and not Divine. However, he built Boots of Lucidity, so I'm a little bit scared that he goes Divine here. I hope not. They need him to go tank. Surely Peps goes tank, right?
Yeah. I hope they're not under the impression that, oh, we have a low damage comp, you know, let's build as much as we can and put Sundera again on this Volibear. Maybe that'll be the case, you know, we'll have to see. The Twisted Fate did opt for Electrocute as his rune of choice instead of something like the Spellbook.
I think it's fine.
It is just, you know, kind of a personal choice, but also getting stunned up again here is a personal choice. He's going to elect not to do it as he flashes away from the Veigar, but now that he's got no flash, he's feeling very vulnerable here. As this Riven going to take a tower shot as she gets rooted under the tower by this Maokai. And, you know, not a great trade. Not really what you want to see. This Riven's been shoving wave after wave, but the CS numbers are looking about even. And I don't really think she's found the advantages that she's looking for just yet.
Yeah, it was a really nice flash, though, from TF there. It's hard for her to get the advantage because she keeps pushing these waves. But Volibear has ult. Volibear has ult. He's there. Riven has ult. If they're just going straight for it. Wow.
He's got ult. I mean, they're going to say, you know, we're calling your bluff. We don't think Trundle's here. We can turn this tower off if we need to. And it looks like they will go for this. So it looks like we've got the tower aggro being used up here onto the Volibear and actually just saves the ult to get away. Not even going to use it to turn the tower off. So not bad, you know. It's sort of
that was
baiting
incredible.
it a little bit. I really expected him to just ult first and then get the stun. But as I was waiting for it to happen, you know, a kill happened before my very eyes. So
no, that was really a really good tower dive. It's gonna put Riven ahead here, and now Riven's got two options: A, keep trying to bully this Maokai, or B, just freeze the wave in front of your tower. Don't let Maokai get any CS and be massively ahead come late game. Trundle's kind of showing his cards. He's focusing on bot. I understand he wants to get MF ahead. That being said, this Riven has been pushed under Maokai's tower the whole game. Maybe just try to get yourself ahead here, because it is Ashe Janna. Trundle has to run at someone. Janna has this wonderful thing called a tornado. You don't run at someone when you're in the air.
And if that tornado misses, right, you know, let's say she hits level 6 all of a sudden, she's got another chance to really push that Trundle away. And if he can't stick to you, he's good for nothing. So I don't think they'll be able to find too much there, especially with all summoners up for that bot lane. So yeah, maybe being bot isn't, you know, where he needs to be right now.
And could we get Fort just to check Veigar's stacks for us real quick? I'm just curious how the stacking's going with how often Twisted Fate's been out of lane. He is sitting at 68 stacks. That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
That's a lot of free AP. I think people really underestimate the value, like how much AP that really is. That's a lot of gold worth of AP, and that number seems to skyrocket once his cooldowns go down and he's hitting champions more frequently, right? Like that number will exponentially grow, it feels like.
If I'm correct, that's almost 1,200 gold worth of AP. No, a blasting wand plus amplifying tome,
something like that. Yeah, it's nothing to really joke about. So even if he
especially
goes for
10
something
minutes
like
in.
Everfrost, he's got an extra chance to lock someone down, and he's not really sacrificing much damage for it. So I think we'll see a lot coming out of this Vigar real soon. And speaking of real soon, remember, this TF has no flash. He's going to get stunned up real quick, and we're going to see it execute real quick. And there it is, point and click, real easy. Now, the follow-up from the Volley Bear, he is in his ult right now. Going to get another chomp, but it looks like he's just going to walk away from this Trundle. I'm sorry, the Trundle is going to walk away from the Volley Bear. Real easy there. Ult committed to in the bot lane. As remember, we saw the Ash Arrow fly mid as well for part of that. So at the end of the day, it's just a 1-for-nothing onto the Twisted Fate, who had no flash. But, abilities flying across the screen in all directions.
It's interesting. Volley doesn't target Vigor there. I get it. He wanted to keep. He wanted to keep the TF alive. Didn't really go in his favor. Good fight all around. We still have quite a little bit of an advantage from Hyperion, especially as them being even is still good for them. I think as long as they're going to be capable of dealing with the Veigar late into the game, that as long as it's tight, it should be good. And also, if an Ash Arrow hits that Veigar into a late team fight, it's fine. Volley can obviously jump on top of him. You got Twisted Fate who can TP behind the comp and stun him. I'd argue right now it's starting to look really good for Hyperion. And the next dragon's coming up in 10 seconds. Not exactly sure what it is because unfortunately Riot hasn't fixed their spectate feature yet. It's a Hextech Drake, and we have Hyperion with the priority on it. It looks really good. Riven's rotating too.
So I think they're going to take this pretty handedly. We've got a pink ward in the pit too, so I don't even know necessarily if EDE knows how much health this Drake has. And as they're clearing vision, they might just walk into it and see that it's practically gone at this point. Trundle going to go in and see maybe if he can get himself a smite with his chomp. And it will be taken by the Vigar, actually, of all people. Bullet time over the wall is going to do some additional damage. Actually, onto the Janna, who goes down while clearing a ward. So maybe a misclick there, trying to get herself out of that ultimate. Remember, Riven did walk down for this, so that will be a plate for the Maokai, but she's going to TP back and, even things out just a bit. There's an arrow onto this Vigar as well, who's going to get stunned up by a gold card, really chaining the CC well together. This Vigar with no flash is going to try and pick up a kill on his way out, but it just maybe 10 damage short. Maybe that's like a few Q stacks more he needed to get that kill, but unfortunately will walk away without one. And so that looks like mid tower is going to get a lot of damage taken to it, maybe even go down.
I gotta say, this game, Hyperion is playing a lot better than first. We got the Rift Herald being summoned mid. It's almost enough to take the tower. It's going to be down to one plate. Volley shutting the tower down.
Yeah, it looks like this Trundle is doing his best to sort of keep them away. But Rift Herald charge is going to basically guarantee that this is going to go down. So a lot of money being given to the sides over here for Hyperion. And this red side composition that they picked up here in Game 2, as you said, working much better for them than in Game 1. A decent trade here for EDEs to get this bot plate. But yeah, even still, continue with your thought.
One thing to notice. MF, 40 CS and 4 plates over Ashe. Although she's not winning on kills and stuff, the actual gold difference between Ashe and MF is going to start to show. MF's going to get a nice back here. She's got Kraken Slayer.
Look how little damage they do to this Maokai, by the way. When this Riven is not in her ult, right? I don't know if this Maokai is too concerned. Here is the ult. It looks like will be popped now, and the execute's going to come out. So there it is, right? But that took a little bit longer than they might have anticipated. Remember, Janna had to commit her ult as well, just to buy a little bit more distance for that Maokai to walk. He does have TP. Let's see if he has a tower to TP to when he respawns. It looks like Vigar is there to clean up the wave and sort of prevent them from taking that tower. So overall, just a fine pickup in terms of what they get there. Remember, this Riven is first item Black Cleaver, so really trying to shred as much armor as possible and increase the damage numbers for the rest of her team.
And we got MF coming back to lanes with Berserker Graves, Kraken Slayer, and a long sword. And that's where this gold gap is going to start the show. We got the T2 boots over Ashe. Ashe has her arrow back up to affect any fight she needs to. Riven's now 2-0. And what I said needs to happen, them taking either a strong top laner or a split pusher, they have now a Riven who is arguably fed.
Yeah. I'd say 2-0 in terms of the context of this game, just about how much money everyone has. 2-0, yeah, probably is pretty fed, right? She's the only person right now with a bounty. And if you ask yourself, like, who can match her, it might not be the Maokai anymore. But with a Trundle, you know, maybe we can get things done. A TP here up in the top lane from both parties, actually. Volibear showing up a little bit late as well. Is this going to turn into maybe a massive brawl here? Let's see if anyone overextends. Looks like we only got 3 minions, so I don't think this will be a push onto the tower. Remember, Rift Herald is spawning fairly soon as well. So we have a lot of attention up here on the top side of the map.
I think I think at this point, Hyperion would win the 3v3. Also,
yeah, I could see that, yeah.
I think it's interesting. Abandon opted to go Black Cleaver first, which is really good. And
well, actually, let's see if it works here. He's going to shred that armor. The follow-up stun from the Twisted Fate as well is going to make this Maokai have a difficult time. They're sort of separating their focus now in between both parties, and I don't know if that's exactly what they want to do here. A third gold card is really going to finalize that kill onto Maokai. So at the end of the day, they walk away with 1, right? But you know, could it have been 2? Maybe if they played it a little differently. I think it's fine, though. Remember, we just talked about Rift Herald coming up soon. And there's that Black Cleaver value that we might have just seen.
Rift Herald's up, and another thing to mention, ED's missing mid-turret, which pretty much gives TF free range to roam. We're going to see something happening bot here, though. Veigar's looking to get a nice little gank off on bot, but it looks like Ashe and Janna are playing it smart, staying back. Twisted Fate going to pick up the wave. They're going to pick up Rift Herald. And once again, one thing to note is the gold on Hyperion is mostly on Twisted Fate and Abandon. They have the AD, they have the AP, and a little bit of true damage, of course, from Ribbon.
Yeah.
They got all damage
good.
Types covered. All damage types covered right now.
I think they're feeling pretty all right? They've got 1 Drake, so if this gets into mega late game, right, they're not going to be worried about, like, you know, EDE getting some super early soul or anything like that. So 1 Drake, you know, is a nice insurance policy. It buys them 5 minutes. Our next Drake coming up in less than 20 seconds, actually, as I believe it is an Ocean Soul. So for the first time in a while, this overlay is actually correct. And we'll see if we, you know, get there in time. Who's going to have priority? Remember, Veigar stole the last one. Will a miracle happen again?
It is an Ocean Drake, which I don't think is that vital for either team. To be honest, they're very bursty teams, and Ocean Drake's only really good in extended fights, which I don't think we'll be seeing too much of.
Yeah.
But here we go. We got Hyperion with Prio on the dragon. They have the River control.
This is going to get pretty scrappy pretty soon already. The Brahm's going to put up a shield immediately and prevent any further damage from his backline, but it looks like we're going to jump into this one nearly as quickly as possible. Bullet time's going to come out, and it looks like we're flashing away from this Veigar cage as well. The Ribbon makes her way into a massive stun, but she might just get blown up before she can even get her R2 off, and it looks like we have the blue team just crushing this fight. Nobody has gone down on behalf of them. Triple kill already for this Veigar, and he's going to pick up a Quadra, it looks like. They will give it to him, and I don't know if they're going to be able to pick up this Penta. Is the cage back up in a second? They have to go for this. How could you not, right? The Ashe Arrow is going to come down, and maybe they can just turn this around and get the kill onto the Veigar himself. There's the Everfrost. It is going to go wide, and remember, this tower is super low as well. Ashe might have to just kite this one out perfectly, but it is a kill! We do see it here for the Veigar at just 6 and 2. He only had 1 kill before that, so it's not like he's got this super fed build or anything like that. He's feeling so good after that fight. They do pick up the dragon as well, and a pentakill at 18 minutes into the game.
What do you do if you're Hyperion and just got pentakilled by a 1 and 2 Veigar? What do you do? Who let the dog out?
Well, let's look at the gold now. He has surpassed the Twisted Fate by a lot already now. So that is a lot of money going into his pocket. You see a 550 gold bounty on him. And he played that so well, right? Like, I know a pentakill can look like very flashy sometimes. In reality, he was just kind of cleaning them up one by one. I think the turning point in the fight was when the Riven jumped in, right? She thought enough cooldowns had been blown, so she thought that was her time to shine. But immediately the Veigar says, no, remember, I still have cooldowns available. I'm going to shut you down. And remember, you're the biggest damage source for your composition. Now, we might get another big fight up here as well. Remember, keep your eyes on this Veigar. He's already got the first kill of this fight. He's going to throw his Everfrost out as well, and I'm really just looking at him to see what kind of damage he can put out. That's a double. He will have used the Primordial Burst, right? So there's no execute damage anymore. But even still, right, his base abilities are executes at this point with how many kills he's got, how much money he has. This game just took a massive turn.
Massive turn is an understatement. This game is... it's looking like it's relatively going to be It's so swayed in I don't want to say it's over, but it is so swayed in EA's favor. The only thing is, all their gold is...
Oh, look at this bullet time through. It's just disgusting. With the pillar sort of working again as a barrier, the baby cage as well, right? You have no chance to get out of that Vygar stun. It's brutal, right? And it's on a fairly short cooldown now at this point in the game. How are you going to defend these towers?
You pray to God Riven kills Veigar, gets the 1,000 gold bounty, and hope for the best.
Man, we really thought Hyperion were at a great stage in the game too, just a few minutes ago, and now everything is just turned on its head. We will get a stun onto the Vygar. It is going to get interrupted a little bit by the pillar, and he might have overstepped his boundaries just a little bit. That will be the shutdown. That's exactly what you were talking about for this Riven. Okay, but she will go down as well. Misfortune thinks now this is her time to shine. Volibear going to collapse in and get the stun. Huge ult from Janna is going to separate them a little bit, but she's going to pay for it with her life. Is it now time for the Ashe to get some damage done? She's going to get a follow-up auto onto this Braum, who will go down just eventually. The Destiny from the Twisted Fate will get him into the back line. Another Ashe arrow as well is going to stun up this Trundle. The CC is there, so they can win these super long extended fights, but is it enough? They lose an inhib at the end of the day. There are some pings on Baron, it looks like, and I don't know if they have the damage to do this. Let's see if they can try.
This is so interesting, because here's the thing. Usually, it is really good to have all your gold on one person, but because of Hyperion's...
I resonate with what you're saying now. Here, remember, this Vygar has TP, so he shows up, and he is ready to do some damage. It looks like this is going to be easy pickups, point and click for that Primordial Burst onto the Ashe. Double kill as well. 10 kills now. For a 15-kill team, yeah, this is exactly what you were saying. All the kills on one target, basically. He is where all of our eyes are looking right now.
250 stacks. 250 bonus AP. And that's before he buys Rabadon. He's at 641 AP. He's level 13, which means his ult's not even fully leveled. It's rough. It's so rough for Hyperion. Yeah, they risked it all for a dragon fight. They didn't have to. I think Riven going over the wall there might have been the turning point of the game. And now, I mean, you got Baron. You got two options. Either you run it down mid with your Fed Veigar, or you take it to one of the side lanes and just further your gold lead. We got Dragon up in 50 seconds. It looks like they're going to be going bot to try to just create the primal mid bot, take the next Dragon, which isn't a bad idea at all. Veigar just picked up Rabadons. That Rabadons needs to be giving him 300.
Yeah, it's
300 AP.
It is disgusting what he's at right now.
Dog is the man of this team. He is wearing the pants and bringing the emotional damage to Hyperion.
As this fight actually is going to start with a pick onto the Trundle, actually. So that's some good news here for Hyperion themselves, actually. But let's see what they can do about it in terms of getting this Vygar down. He is going to flash over to the fat wall and so get himself some distance there. We've got the grasping roots from this Maokai, maybe able to CC some people and get a stun onto the Ashe, actually. Another bullet time is going to do big damage, but let's see what we have in terms of follow-up onto this Vygar. He's rejoined the fight, another double kill. And is this going to be a follow-up Penta? Looks like the Sapling will pick it up, so no Penta here. But man, they might be able to just take the game with this one. We see On My Way pings into the base. They know Janna is the only one left alive. They're not even going to look at the dragon, right? Why would you, right? Take this minion wave that you have. You just took the inhib and end this game as quickly as you can.
I'm not going to lie. After watching that fight, I'm convinced Hyperion has PTSD, post-Trundle stress disorder. They burnt 3 ults on him and so Veigar was just able to clean up.
Yeah.
And they're going to be going down 0-2 going into this third game, it looks like. What a performance. What a performance from Dogman. They let the dog out of the cage, and man, did he bring this team some success.
Absolutely. Game 2 convincingly to the side of Dogman. I mean, EDE here. So, Hyperion need to go back to the drawing board, it looks like. It seems like they are really uncomfortable with that draft. Not necessarily sure what they're going to bring out for Game 3, but we will have to see in just a second. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, Hyperion's tournament life is on the line.
PDA. Should we show them how we do it every day? Let's get it. Kali that girl, Kali go girl, Kali don't stop, Kali don't skirt, Kali got a job, Kali got a word. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 든 a buffet, 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my hotbed, 이거 문 열지 마 that's a rock day. Don't give any more cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 뿐이미. But all of my numbers are talking back. 부루마법 message monopoly. 눈종이 돈이나 real 필요 없대 너네들이 만든 돈들 go get it go get it go get it. The mission 눈을 못 떼 못해 그래 너도 get it cause I got it different. All I ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. When I go, it's for gold, get it cool, but I'm cold. I don't fit in a mold, I'm a rebel. I don't do what you say, making moves, I don't wait while I smile in your face. I got different DNA. What's higher than the top? That's me. Come take a look before falling at my feet. 조용히 몸을 숙여봐. So take a look, 나를 기억해요, queen. All I ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. Way out，感觉犹如海浪的微浪，不断往前，oh you never way down。This is how I do it every day。Wow wow，这一路上的奇迹都记住了你的每一个瞬间，无比的耀眼。I know you want some more，准备好就一起走，Giving it all more。No, I got it so deep though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and it's
All right, everybody, welcome back. This is game 3 of Emotional Damage Energy versus Titan Gaming Hyperion. A best of 5, but remember, it's 2-0 already. EDE is looking dominant after a clean game 2. I'm a little worried for Hyperion. Max, what are your thoughts here going into this game 3?
Well, like we were discussing this a little bit during the break. I honestly think you need to change something again. Like they tried something new.
Right.
I was looking at some of their OP.GGs. They're kind of playing champions they're not as proficient in. I just want to see some comfort picks.
Mhm.
I just want them to pick some people that they feel comfortable on. I'm hoping that maybe we see a Jinx ADC or an Ezreal ADC.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm expecting some of the same bans from ED. It's been working. Don't fix what isn't broken.
Yeah.
They need to watch Dogman more. They need to stop giving Dogman these
True.
team fights where he's just like really Dogman each time has had the same thing. They take a team fight, he gets the kills, and then he carries. You need to watch it.
Yeah, I mean,
the team
on
fights
a
where Hyperion
champion that
falls
can get to
apart.
that point in the game, you're right, is it's just like free at that point. Now, Vigar probably was not high on his priority list in terms of like scaling
Right.
champions they wanted to play. But either way, show me what is it you are excited about now.
No,
I
I'm
think
not
I know
excited. I'm mad. Why are we banning MF?
it's
She has been useless both games. MF has done nothing either game, and we take her out. We leave Victor. We leave Veigar. But you ban MF?
I misinterpreted your remark, I guess, in terms of maybe you were excited that she wouldn't be in this game anymore, right? Like, and now we don't have to worry about her. But you're right, wasting a ban on her
I
is
don't
really the
get
best
it.
move. Probably not here. Now, that does mean Seraphine gets through, and remember, she had been banned twice before, so this is the first time she'll show up in this series, at least in terms of a pick.
Ramage top?
In response to that is Amumu Varus.
Do we get Ramage top this game? Do we get the special new strategy that's been running rampant across solo duo? I like Varus mid. Varus mid went well for them the first time. Oh, bot's going to be boring. Bot's going to be dreadfully boring this game. We got
You think
Sivir
so?
Seraphine. You know what I think that means? I think they pick Jinx.
Yeah, you think? I actually agree. I had to think about that for a second. I don't know why I thought you were implying that EDE would pick it, but for Hyperion, yeah, I'm actually really on board with that. I think if they can get to a point where they actually have a damage AD carry, cool.
You go Jinx top, and you go. Oh,
and then you go Vayne mid.
No, you go Vayne top, Jinx mid, Sivir ADC, Kindred jungle, and then you're gonna rock Braum support.
Yeah. So that way you have a little bit of frontline.
I'm confused though. So we got Seraphine mid, Sivir ADC, Braum support. If I'm right, are they going Varus mid or Varus ADC Senna support? I think if you go Varus mid, Varus ADC, you're screwed because Sivir's spell shield will just make you cry yourself to sleep.
Yeah,
but if you go Jinx Senna, you just outscale.
Yeah, we've been debated a little bit by drafts so far in this game, right? Remember game 1, we thought Trundle might have gone in the jungle, and then we saw Volibear, and, things kind of got switched up for us. So, we can't really make any assumptions yet. I think it's very safe to say it's Seraphine mid. But other than that, right, Varus, Senna, who knows where they're going right now.
I also don't think you ban Trundle here. They've been picking Trundle to get it away from your jungler, and you have a Mumu. You don't need to ban Trundle. He can't touch anyone. You got too much CC. I do like Hyperion Giraffe. They have a lot of CC so far. You have Senna for late game. You have Varus. I'm hoping it's Varus mid because it went a lot better than your global comps. And I think he's got some skill with Varus. So I think if you just try to let him imagine the Varus into Veigar that game.
Yeah, I think the Twisted Fate really didn't have as much agency as we thought he would, because the lanes he would teleport to were either in bad spots or just didn't have the follow-up damage to, get an execute. So as we finish our round 2 of bans, we see Fiddlesticks.
Fiddle top, I think that's Fiddle top.
Wow.
That is. I said they needed to do something different. They are doing something different. I don't know whether it's for the best or for the worst.
Either way, I mean, Fiddlesticks it's new. It's here for this, series for the first time. It hadn't been picked, banned, or really even prioritized at all. But either way, a new pick, interesting enough. I remember some of the bans we saw. Pardon me, as my screen is off.
and Rengar, and they also
Yeah.
Horn and Trundle. We just had an Udyr locked in for EDE's jungler. I think that Udyr just got changed again. Less AP scaling, but a stronger AD, which means he's a little bit better in the earlier game now. He also does, I believe, a little bit more healing, if I'm correct, and less shielding. So that should be something to look out for. How proficient are they in Udyr? But it could either be Udyr top or Olaf top. Oh, never mind. Udyr or Maokai. You could still see Maokai jungle.
Yes.
Something to look out for there.
Apologies if it's my screen that is glitching here, but I'm seeing like the first couple of seconds of the match. If that's what's being seen on stream right now, you know.
No, it's the drop.
Okay.
We're going off of.
That's okay.
So
that's all right. So
we got the last
there we
pick
go.
here for Hyperion. It is Olaf. We're a little bit delayed just because of a little bit of a technical error, but it's okay. Looking at these comps, what do you think each team's looking for? What do you think the win con for each team is here?
It takes me a second to kind of figure out where I'm going with things because a lot of new picks here and a lot of things in spots I might not have expected them. Overall, I think Hyperion is kind of going back towards their pressure with the Olaf kind of like side lane, you know, having some kind of handle in terms of handling some kind of threat in the side lane, but EDE kind of forwent that strategy and now they don't really have that side laner threat. So it's Hyperion's turn to be that threat. We'll see if the Olaf gets ahead. Hopefully there's a case where, you know, nobody can match him and that works out for Hyperion. I'm kind of rooting for them here this game, honestly, because I want this to go to more than just 3 games. But either way,
can I get your prediction real quick before we go into for sure into the match?
Oh, you're gonna make me predict. You're gonna make me
jungler. Predict? I just want to know who's Hyperion's jungler. Who do we think it is?
Fiddle. Is it not Fiddle?
You think it's Fiddle?
That's my prediction.
I think it's.
I thought you were making me predict the winner of this game.
Oh no! I think the problem I have with if it's Fiddle. Well, I guess it has to be right because
yeah.
It's not Varus mid then. It's it is Varus mid. Senna ADC. Senna ADC is weird. Why don't you just go Jinx ADC instead of Senna ADC?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even really formulated my thoughts on this.
We'll take it either way. Yeah. So, what you were saying about having the Jinx, I think would have been great, but also, you know, comfort picks is kind of something we might want to refer to at this point in the series. If the Senna is more comfortable, even though it might have been less optimal than maybe the Jinx, like you were saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's what is working out here. EDE's comp, I think, I kind of love, actually, to be quite honest with you. I think things like the Seraphine, when matched with the Sivir, are just really frustrating because of how well they work in a well-orchestrated teamfight. Maokai Udyr is, like, so plain and simple in terms of what they do, but they do it so well. There's no gimmicks on the side of EDE for their composition. It's all straightforward. We have great team fighting, and we're going to play well. And I think that's what they're thinking after being 2-0 in the series.
Oh, yeah. They have the confidence going in. This was where they were in this season. And,
here, a bit of invade, actually, is we're going to get the flash already out from the Seraphine. This is Olaf's time to shine, remember. He's got his axes. He's going to get the reset to pick him up. I think they're just going to be able to pick that flash out from Maokai as well for free. Maybe even get some additional damage onto the Udyr. A bit risky sort of walking into the side of an Olaf and an Amumu. You know, like, is that really what you needed to do level 1?
I'm just going to be honest. You never invade an Olaf.
Yeah.
Never. Really good setup by Hyperion. Great predict. It went to Varus, which honestly one of the best guys it can go to there, especially considering it's Olaf Maokai. Like, it's going to be hard for Olaf to do a whole lot in that lane without some jungler help.
Mm-hmm.
Now you don't have Volibear, you have Fiddlesticks instead, which does make tower diving a little bit harder. But middle now you have Varus, who it's kind of huge for them. Him picking up that kill, it's going to be so easy for him to poke Seraphine once he gets that first back. He's going to have the XP advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Bot lane, I don't know how I feel about Hyperion's bot lane is the only thing, for the sake of you have a Mumu Senna. What do you do with a Mumu Senna?
You get shoved in by Sivir and just kind of be down 30 CS probably at the 10-minute mark. That's my prediction, at least.
I think a Mumu needs to roam. I feel like, is it going to be?
That's not a bad idea, actually. So I like that you bring that up because they did get the flash out of Seraphine. Fiddlesticks is not really going to be able to capitalize on that pre-6, and so that flash is going to come up well before Fiddlesticks does reach level 6. If they can bring the Amumu to the mid lane, kind of catch the Seraphine off guard, that could be a chance to still capitalize on it. We'll see if that ends up happening. But either way, it is something that they might be able to extract a bit more of a lead from. We're going to see a lot of trades from this Olaf up here in the top lane. He's very comfortable being at that sort of mid to low health territory. He gets the increased attack speed, he's got lifesteal, so he loves those little duels and skirmishes. I think Maokai also has plenty of sustain himself, so he's not too concerned to take, maybe some less favorable trades, as long as it gets him some farm. That's his real priority right now.
And it's working out well for him. The one thing they do need to keep in mind is Udyr is stronger early game now than he was before. At least in my opinion, in the patch. We'll have to see
right.
as more games are played on Udyr. But the AD is where it's at now. He has more AD and less AP scaling. So his clear is going to be a little bit quicker, and he's coming closer to that top side. Is that going to be something weird for Engineer, though? Knowing that he definitely doesn't have a lot of experience on the new Udyr. It's the first day, right? Right. That's something you got to give both these credit for. They've been playing a lot of the champions that were changed in today. So unless they've been playing on the PBE, it's hard to get a feel for how they are, obviously, when a patch drops. We got a little thing going on in the top river here.
Yeah, it looks like Udyr versus Fiddlesticks. Who do you think wins in the early game? Probably Udyr pretty convincingly, right?
Udyr convincingly, but Fiddle got the scuttle.
Yeah. But we have to hold that thought, actually, as we have another follow-up bandage toss from this Amumu. Stun Daddy is going to live up to his name and provide 2 of those real quick. Sivir is going to be able to not get the kill, actually, as the heal comes out at the very last instant from Angel, who is going to flash himself forward and pick up a kill as well. So that is a massive, massive lead pickup there for the side of Hyperion. All right, not bad.
Just impressive. I didn't think. Oh, wow.
Oh, here comes the Grasping Roots, though, as this might be a bit of a easy pickup onto this Olaf. He's got no Ragnarok, so remember, he is vulnerable to CC right now. Can he pick up 1 in return? He does. Remember, he's got this lifesteal, too. Is it enough to beat this Udyr, though? Please don't tell me he wins this. Okay. He's able to bring him down to about half.
He's not 6 yet.
He's not Superman yet. He's got a little bit of time to go before that. Either way, picking up 1 is, happy. You'll take it, right? The wave isn't in a great spot.
I think it's better. I actually do think it's still better for Olaf. Now he goes from being, like 10 CS again to a kill worth roughly about 15. So he's about 25 CS again. He's coming back with that Hearthbound Act instead of having to go against just a tier, right?
Yeah.
He's only bound to poke more. And the wave's in a good spot for him here if he freezes it. If he freezes it, Maokai gets nothing. That being said, what happened bot? Let's talk about that real quick. Amumu got a kill, Senna got a kill. They split the kill. Obviously, would have been better for Senna to get both. But a kill on Amumu is never bad, especially once he gets demonics. Also, how do they win that early with a Senna? You don't do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Amumu does.
I think they just dodged the aggro perfectly. Look at this. This is probably the simplest kill you'll see all day. It's just this Olaf hits level 6 and he just runs at the Maokai, right? He's got no flash, right? Just throw some axes and pick him up along the way. Real simple stuff. So good on Abandon for knowing when he's got that advantage. And Dogman's going to go real low as well.
That's the thing. He's able to put the wave close to his tower. Maokai has to walk up and try to break a freeze, and it's just going to result in death every time he does without jungle assistance.
Yeah, when we saw that 1-for-1 in the top lane, I think I misspoke, and I tried to convince the viewers that was maybe, fine that he got a 1-for-1, but it was actually better than that because the wave was in such a good spot. I didn't realize he had TP to get to that wave, and so he picked up a ton of experience, got that level lead, and that's why he was able to pick up the kill because of that level lead, and that will stay with him for a while now, as he's denying even more farm onto Mobility Scooter.
And it's 0-3 Mobility right now. Rough night. Well, not a rough night, but rough game for him. And right now, every lane is winning. Every lane is winning. And even Fiddlesticks has the CS advantage. It pretty much makes the Udyr kill relatively useless. They're already up 2k gold, which is pretty big, 6 minutes to a match. Udyr's trying to secure first dragon. He's going to get it just because they don't have vision on it, and there's 4 of them there. Yeah. But it doesn't matter that much. I'm hoping Fiddle goes for an invade here. And maybe even a tower dive onto the Maokai to make up for them getting Cloud Drake, which really isn't that good for them, if we're being honest.
Yeah, they're focusing a lot of their resources down to that side of the map, so Fiddle is basically free to walk into this part of the jungle. He'll be there when the Rift Herald spawns in a minute if he decides to stay. And if we can get some more damage onto this Maokai, you're right, it could lead to a dive. We'll have to see how that goes. Again, remember though, a lot of focus down here onto this bot lane. We're looking for this Amumu right quick. Let's see if we can get some damage onto him. He is pretty sturdy. He's got 2 ruby crystals, but that's not enough to keep him alive. Senna not going to be able to find the damage to look for a trade kill, and she will just have to walk away with her head down.
If she hits level 6, she can kill Braum.
You think we get the snipe coming in real quick? She's looking for some more XP.
It's solo XP. I think Braum has too much health.
Yeah, he's been healing up. He's feeling comfy now.
It's a good gank for Mudir. It puts bot lane back onto even playing field. That being said, Senna's gonna be stronger than Sivir late into the game. I also think they have a better team fight.
I do too. And something about this game is that this is the most convincing lead Hyperion has had. Where is the line, right? Because we've seen Hyperion with leads before, but they still lose the game. Game 2 being a great example of that. We had a moment where we thought they were looking great. It wasn't like a huge gold lead or anything per se, but they had strong characters around the map, right? They knew their objective focus, and it just kind of crumbled. Is this enough for them to ensure a victory later on?
You know what? I think right now it might be, and I say that for one reason. They put Dogman on a very supportive mid laner.
Yeah, good point.
That is something we haven't seen, and it's been Dogman who gets all the gold funneled onto him and turns it around.
Well, he's going to sort of start a fight here. He's going to get the flash out of the Fiddlesticks. Encore's going to go just short, as Fiddle's going to re-engage with his Crowstorm and see if he can get massive damage with the Senna ult as well from downtown, it looks like. And he's going to get some healing to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Will go down eventually. And at the end of the day, it is a 1-for-1. So not bad, but I guess with the Dawning Shadow, they thought they had more presence than they really did, maybe. So, you know, a bit of a catch for both teams. I don't think they really get anything per se out of it for either side.
Both ADCs picking up the kill as well, something that's notable, just because it means the ADCs are going to be able to impact the map quicker. And let's be real, once ADCs come online, other roles kind of matter a little bit less.
Absolutely, yeah.
Except someone like Olaf, who you don't CC. And when EDE's team is made up of, 4 people who are really capable of CCing, that Olaf is still going to be scary. A spell shield doesn't stop Olaf from running you down.
Yeah, not at all, right? So that's really the big question mark in terms of how this set of teams is going to interact with each other once we get to some more late game fights. The Maokai, on the other hand, if we're talking about how he's going to do in the late game, he's not feeling very good yet. He's far, far away from being that tanky champion that he really wants to be. And by the time he gets there, I think they'll just have so much damage that it's going to be too late. He's got not nearly enough farm, doesn't have really anything going for him in terms of his lane safety. I mean, look at the position of it right now. It's not really where you want to be against something as, terrible to play against as this Olaf.
And also, look at just look at the creep score. 91 to 54. And it's just going to keep getting gapped. Udir's trying to come help break this freeze, and that's all.
Actually, Olaf's going to go in. He's going to pop the Ragnarok and say, this is what you get for trying to break this freeze. I will be able to pick up both these kills. He thinks, as he's missing the second axe, he will get the true damage strike onto the Udyr. And you just can't do that. You focus your attention on this top side. You have a Maokai to help you out, right? What is the Maokai going to do? He's just going to sit there and watch you get solo killed by this Olaf, who turns it into a 2-for-1. So, really, it was really just trying to save the day there for the Udyr, right? Like, I'm going to break the freeze and we're going to get this Maokai to safety. I think he just made it worse. That was probably the worst thing that could have happened there.
Balls of steel from Abandon. That takes some real cojones to go in on that. There was a little bit of a misplay. Maokai ulted a little bit too early there. But, yeah, that's...
Yeah. Well, here's a Crowstorm followed up by a Curse of the Sad Mummy. That is beautifully played. Easily a double kill for that Fiddlesticks right there. And they're going to pick up several plates on behalf of that as well. So, great bait, right? They made it look like they were staying maybe a bit too long, trying to get some damage onto the plates. And so, the bot lane there from ED thought maybe they could look for a fight. Stepped too close and easy CC on their behalf.
And something you got to keep in mind. Amumu, the passive, just turning some extra true damage into every fight. You have AP Varus. You have AP Fiddlesticks. Fiddlesticks just picked up 2 kills. He's going to scale a little bit quicker. He's going to get a little bit stronger. Varus already looking pretty strong into that Seraphine. And when you go into these team fights with a Mumu, when his ult applies his passive onto every person onto the team, you got Fiddlesticks fearing them and doing massive amounts of true damage to them because of the Amumu passive. It's only looking better and better for Hyperion.
Yeah, and when you let something like a Fiddlesticks get ahead, you need to have vision all across the map, right? I mean, there are some obvious baits, like over the chicken wall, obviously, is one you see a lot when teams are trying to siege the mid lane. But there are some surprising spots where Fiddle can ult from, and if he's from the Fog of War, right, he's going to get all that fear off, and he's going to do insane amounts of damage comboed with the Amumu, like you were saying, and he could turn the fight around before it even starts. So if they're going to let that Fiddle get to that moment, I think their priority on vision needs to go up a lot.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, and you really, they only have their tri-bush warded, and right now they have the lane entrance bush warded, but if Fiddlesticks sticks to the lane ganks, they need to get some wards into the actual lane bushes.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like they can get wards on the top side of the map because Olaf's there to prevent anybody, especially this Udyr, from showing up, as we've seen earlier. And he's pushing on the inner tower right now. We did see from EDE, they used this Rift Herald to get some plates down here in the bot lane, 20 seconds before plates expire, so not bad. Able to get some additional money onto the Sivir. We'll see, is it enough, right? Remember, we're still concerned about how she's going to fare when there is a Olaf running straight for her head.
Honestly, I want to say that a 6k gold gap with it being spread out through the team, but 4 of it on Olaf, Senna looking pretty strong, is enough to put ED away for this game. But that being said, they haven't let the dog out of the cage just yet. And one team fight, and it will be looking scary.
If we see a pentakill on Seraphine, just like we did with Vygar, I'm signing off for the night. That's it, right? Like, we know how this is going to end. It's written before, right? Like, it's a sequel, essentially. So if that happens, that's GG. It's got to be. We're going to see an ultimate here come out from the Braum to get this fight started. There's the Crowstorm there for the counter engage, and it looks like no one's going to go down just yet. Curse of the Sad Mummy is going to get 2 stuns there, and we are going to walk away all with our life, except for the Braum, who will go down to the Ignite, it looks like. So, it looks like they had the counter engage ready and available. They kind of baited out the ultimate from the Braum and said, no, we are the ones that are going to start this fight here. I like the proactivity from EDE, but remember, they're down a lot of gold. So in that scrappy fight, it is going to be Hyperion who come out on top.
But you know what? That Curse of the Sad Mummy ultimate was really good. And the fact that they were able to turn around a 5v3 very convincingly, too, just shows just how far ahead they are. Olaf going to pick off that T2 tower, considering all they invested bot lane to get nothing.
Yeah.
You're going to lose T1 bot in a couple seconds here. We're looking at, let me just check the soul real quick. We're looking at it being... I'm being lied to by Mountain Soul. Never mind. I just ignore that thought. I don't know how to check. But
yes. Continue anyway. Actually, wait, no, don't continue because there's a change of corruption going on here from the Varus. He will find the follow-up poke, but it is not lethal damage. So
look at that.
Push the Seraphine away. But yeah, look at that damage, right? They're gonna get this tower, I would think. There's no way Udyr can defend this. Playing Udyr at this phase of the game is just crushing, right? Having no range, no real way to get onto these carries, and being down this much gold, and really is frustrating.
It's even worse when you think that the AP scaling is gone. And I almost wonder, right? Were they reliant a little bit on that AP? And
here's that Crowstorm, and it looks like whether or not he picks up the kill doesn't matter because the Olaf is here, and this is what we were talking about. It doesn't matter if you're a Sivir with money if you have an Olaf that's 3 levels above you, charged at your face, immune to CC. They're just picking up advantages all over the map. Here's the Encore that will get cleansed immediately, so good timing there from Angel. But either way, they've got the shove on this mid turret, and I think they'll be able to get a lot of damage off of this. This Olaf is fearless. He's walking in, and they will go golden to buy a little bit more time. Stun Daddy going to buy up some time as well by tanking the tower. And they might have overextended a bit, but he will walk out with his life unless Udyr has something to say about it. This chase will go on for a while, I'm sure. Yeah, it's just a matter of time. There we go. The Udyr clearly faster. Might be able to pick up 2 if that Varus overextends just a bit, but no, we'll just end it with a 1 for nothing.
And it's
I guess not 1 for nothing because Sivir is respawned by now.
It's crazy just how much more comfortable they look they've decided that they're using more comfortable picks for them, I want to say. You pick, well, Olaf and Varus, who are going to bully their lane. And then you pick Senna and...
Yeah. I mean, the picks, whether or not they're great in terms of the laning phase, now that we see them out of the laning phase with all this money, this is where it really, really starts to be a problem. As, again, Ragnarok is up. It seems like it's always off of cooldown here for Abandon, and this is his game. We've been looking at him this whole series. We've had eyes on him, right? He has had impactful plays, but now that he's on this Olaf and has 6 kills, 700 gold bounty on his head, he's really determining everything here for Hyperion, and I don't think there's anything about it that EDE can do.
No, it's 4-13. We're getting really close to that 10k gold gap. Objective bounties are up on the map for EDE if they're able to pick up a big win in the team fight. But the problem is you have so much CC and you have a fed Olaf on the other team. It doesn't matter how much CC you have when Olaf's going to run at you. You know what you need when you have an Olaf running at you? Damage. You know what? They have nothing but emotional.
Yeah, well said, right? A Vigar in this composition maybe would have been a better pick because remember, we saw a Pentacle from it last game. But either way, if you could just burst the Olaf, right? Throw a Primordial Burst at his face as he's charging at you. That's it. That's the best way to handle it. He's got so much health right now, though. He's got so much sustain. He's got MR. He's not under any threat. He's got an Eye of a Herald, too. So if they find themselves in a position where, you know, they've got all the members for EDE on the wrong side of the map, he could get a lot of work done. Basically be threatening inhibitors pre-20 minutes, which is really scary to think about.
And the other thing to note, Senna currently sitting at 62 souls on her way to the big old 100, which most Senna players feel is a nice spike for her. Obviously, every 20 souls, she gets a little bit stronger, and right now, she's going to get a little bit stronger hitting that 60th soul, especially right before the Baron fight coming up. It looks like EDE, well, I guess EDE kind of has to fight Baron here, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, if you give this Olaf Baron, you know, how do you stop that, right? Because he's surely going to plant himself in the bot lane like he is right now and try to get some work done. He will drop that Herald like you said, but in the meantime, we see him engage in the mid lane. Let's see if they can get something done here with this numbers advantage. Dawning Shadow's going to come out and a big Curse of the Sad Mummy. A lot of damage, but no follow-up there, so that is still 5 members alive here for EDE. Can they turn this around? They've got a couple of people recalling, but there are eyes on the Baron, which is spawning in 10 seconds. Is this what they want to go for when they've got the bad man charging down their bot inhibitor tower?
And I'm not going to lie to you, I think the biggest mistake they made in that fight is instead of letting the mummy engage, I just completely blanked on his name. I'm not a friend of his. Amumu. If Amumu engages there, ults, then Fiddlesticks comes in with the ult. He's going to do so much damage to the passive. I think they just played the engage wrong, otherwise they win that fight. That being said, they get bot inhib. Olaf's going to be able to come top. They're not going to get Baron. They really couldn't because of the Olaf split push. And yeah. I don't think that fight really does much for EDE.
It's a nice, you know, couple of pickups in terms of money, in terms of kills, right? Losing your bot inhibitor really hurts, though, because your chances at getting this Baron have just gone down exponentially. You know, you always need to keep somebody bot lane now, and Olaf himself, he does have TP. He might just stick around there and look for, you know, Nexus tower damage. That's how confident I think he's feeling. If he wants to plant himself top lane and, you know, maybe keep himself around the Baron as well, I think that's a possibility. But either way, you know, he's determining the pace of the game right now, and my eyes are on him and seeing where he's going to go next.
I imagine he's just going to end up in the top lane and try to take that other inhib. Or he's going to stick with his team, grab Baron, and they all go mid. Or, actually, I think the best strat is you force fight on Baron because of just how strong you are. They can't stop you. If they try to stop you, you will kill them. And because you need to do something while the inhibitors get down. The only way that EDE even has a chance back in this game is if Sivir can farm up and find a way to control these team fights, which with her ult, it's possible for her to get away from her and her team to get away from Olaf. It's really the only disengage they have. So I think you have to be a little bit wary of letting that Senna farm up, which she can do with that bot wave. It's safe. So I think you force the Baron, you send Olaf top, the rest of you mid, and you just end the game. You really like, although you can wait for it to go for a bit because you have Senna. Why? Like, you can just, if you can close it out, just do it. And I think the best way to do that right now is securing Baron.
Yeah. This Sivir is pretty capable of clearing these bot waves. You know, she's actually going to get a lot of money from that. That's kind of no joke. But she needs to make her way to this Baron quickly if they want to be able to contest this. They don't have a ton of vision, right? They may be able to walk through their blue buff side because they've got a couple of pink wards there. But still, they are kind of face-checking this a little bit, it feels like. They will find out that this Baron is really close to being dead. Encore is going to come out and get some damage to start us off, but these ultimates are not synced perfectly. Crowstorm comes out maybe for a re-engage, but either way, nobody's going to go down. That is a free Baron for Hyperion, and they're really looking to pick up their first game of the series. I think they've got what it takes now to just march down the mid lane with their massive advantage and look for an end. They might get a fight before that even starts.
The only real problem is they're a little bit split. You have Fiddle and Lamumu not there. I think you all just back. Now you decide. Do you go for Dragon and play it safe? Or do you take your Baron, you run down mid, you run down top? I'd honestly argue it might be smarter to just run down mid and top. But I think they're going to go for Dragon. They're going to look for the Mountain Soul. Or the third Drake to put them on Soul Point for Mountain Soul. It's Hex Soul. I'm so sorry.
No, yeah, the overlay is incorrect for me as well. So.
It is Hextech Soul, which honestly, the slow will come in so handy for Olaf. Oh, that slow is huge. The attack speed's huge, and
let's see if we even get there, because we might not even fight over this dragon. We might just be fighting in the jungle right now. It is a pretty spread out fight already. Nobody's going to get caught out too bad. The Braum definitely has to go back to heal himself, as well as the Udyr, right? And I don't think there's any realistic way they can test this. They're staying. It looks like they want to find something here. But realistically, like, what are you going to do with this short-range composition that you have? Right? Udyr's not going to get in there. There's no chance that, right, the Seraphine's going to make a play. It's just a free dragon for them. I did like your idea, right, of just marching mid. There's almost certainly no chance that EDE gets the dragon, so just kind of suffocate them and hold them in their own base and get some towers while you have this Baron. But either way, they're going to move on to that now and sort of do them out of order. Either way, it's looking good for them.
The one thing we noticed is Senna has, or not Senna, sorry, Sivir has gained about 50 CS just not being in these fights, farming that bot wave, farming the bot inhib, and there hasn't been too much going on since bot inhib was taken. They got Dragon, they got Baron, they haven't done a whole lot with Baron yet. They still have about a minute-ish left. So it's time to see what they can actually do with it. This is really what's going to determine whether or not ED has any fight left in them in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they don't have a ton of time left with this Baron, but they might be able to crack the base again in a different spot now. We will have some damage go onto this mid inhibitor tower, but this Udyr is committing. Remember, he's not very tanky, so he's going to go down nearly immediately. Crowstorm going to follow up. He's going to go golden as well. It looks like we have some damage coming out here from the members of EDE, but it does not look like it's enough to end this fight. They are going to get aced pretty convincingly, and Hyperion are going to take this, and actually Angel's going to go down as I'm saying that. Regardless, and they will end this game pretty handedly, and with their backs against the wall, will turn this into a real series on our hands.
Notice the problem. Dogman only died once this game, but Dogman was not on a champion where he could carry. And I think that's the biggest mistake. I think this next draft is going to be so interesting. I'm honestly so excited for this next draft.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a game 4 here. This Nexus will be taken, and so Titan Gaming Hyperion say we are not out of this series just yet. We will go to a game 4. When we come back to you, we will have our draft ready for this game 4. Who knows, maybe we even get to a game 5. And ladies and gentlemen, we will find out who we send to the finals next week for the Conqueror League. Don't go anywhere. Game 4 draft coming right at you.
There's a girl in town, and word's gonna rap, she's just fine. So I don't worry my head, cause I know her heart is tied to mine. The life that we live and the love that I give to her, each day it grows more and more, I'm sure it shows. Where is a bubbling fountain that flows into a sea deeper than any ocean for eternity.
Like someday I pray our love will always stay pure. Ooh, while the world turns around, he holds me down for sure. Oh, our love is a bubbling fountain, ooh, that flows into any sea. Ooh, deeper than any ocean, for eternity.
And after all, the rain will fall on us
But I'll keep moving on, proud and strong with you.
is a bubbling fountain that flows into the sea, deeper than any ocean for eternity.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Game 4 of the semifinals here in it's Conqueror, right? I think I'm right about that. Yes,
You are
in the
correct.
Conqueror League. So, emotional damage is up 2-1 right now. Hyperion backs against the wall. We're able to pull it back. I'm now joined by Fort. Dylan has left for the night. So, either we see the reverse sweep or EDE brings it to finals. I wonder what the draft's going to look like here. It's got to be, I imagine it's going to be something different for both teams.
Yeah, right off the bat here, should be up on stream now. You're seeing your favorite pick, Misfortune, blue side. I think this has been, 3 out of 4 games now, Misfortune's been first pick.
Yes, she's had a 100% presence too, which I just think is so weird. She has done nothing any game she's been in. So, not too happy about that from Hyperion. I think stick with your scaling ADC, but it's fine. We got a Tristana on the other side. This matchup's looking very similar to round 1. That's not good for Hyperion. But we got the Olaf top lane. Surprised it wasn't banned out. Pretty nice.
Yeah, we see Seraphine getting picked up again by emotional damage energy. They brought it mid last game. It is something that can still be flexed. You could still bring it into the support role. Pairing it with potentially Tristana here. I think Tristana we saw in game 1 had a really good performance on Tristana.
It is going to be. It's going to be interesting to see whether the Seraphine's going mid again, or if we put Dog on something that can carry the team. Should he get ahead in a team fight?
Agreed. Yeah. Where would you rather see the Seraphine? You rather see it go back mid? How did you feel about it last game?
I want it bot. I want it bot. I think it is. You have a support for a reason, and Dog. It should not be in a supportive role. He's just too valuable on a carry.
I agree with you. I think literally game 2 you saw him just kind of 1v5 that game in Vigar, so I think it does kind of take some of the carry potential out of this team when you put Seraphine in the mid lane. We will see though if that's where they're going to go with that. On the other side we have Misfortune, Amumu, sort of like that iconic bot lane that cropped up in your solo duo queue games about 2 months ago. Like you said, the Misfortune has been nerfed as of today of the latest patch. Players are playing on that patch, so I don't know if it has the same sort of agency that we saw back when Misfortune was very strong.
But I do think the Amumu is a good pick, and it does give the true damage on the E. We're going to have Hecarim jungle for EDE. That could be really strong, especially with how good he has been at impacting the lanes. Aurelia going... Wait, that's Olaf jungle.
That is Olaf jungle, Aurelia top, and Vigar being locked in last pick mid
They
lane.
swipe the Vagar from EDE. I wonder if that mess... this is actually a little bit of a gap for Hyperion.
Yeah, a little bit of maybe some finally catching up in the draft here with Vigar being picked away potentially. Like, no idea if emotional damage all along decided, hey, we're going to take Seraphine, we're going to put it mid, we're just going to run it back. We're going to put our AD carry on something that's more hyper carry with the Tristana. Also, we got the Yorick in the top. So
A split pushing top lane, something they are very, very comfortable with.
I am not very knowledgeable in the top lane matchup. I don't know what is Yorick into Aurelia. Do you know much about that matchup?
Yorick outscales Aurelia, though, if she gets ahead, not only is huge in team fights, but will be able to handle him until he's about level 11. He's gonna need an early Brambles, probably, is what I would imagine we see. And I also imagine he's gonna build Hullbreaker as quick as he can, just because he's Yorick. Yorick's one of the best split pushing champions in the game, which makes this so interesting. But you have an Olaf who might be able to match it.
Yeah, they do have the Olaf. We will get to see that again in the jungle. This will be looking forward to that matchup. Olaf versus Hecarim. We have not seen Hecarim this series. It has kind of been getting some buffs in the last few patches, so really looking forward to seeing that matchup. We are going to take a quick break here while we load into Game 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are now on the Rift. This is going to be one hell of a matchup. We got a bloody bot lane, a bloody top lane, and honestly, the only thing I got to say is I'm mid's passive, which is fine. I just don't like Dogman on Seraphine, especially with that Olaf back. He's just going to completely counter Encore as a whole. Hey, the thing is, they do have Tristana who can jump away from him now. So this should be interesting. Their team, again, is pretty CC focused with Leona, Seraphine. Hecarim's even got a couple of fears, which won't do anything to Olaf. On the other hand, I feel like I'm a little bit worried about putting Angel back on MF and not on a scaling bot laner. I think that's the only really mistakes in each team's draft is between Dogman and Angel's champions. But other than that, this game is going to look very, very interesting.
Yeah, and we saw a little bit of this in game 1, where it was Misfortune again being first picked on blue side. We had Instinct on Tristana, and then I think the big thing, we talked a little bit about this off-stream, Engineer in game 1, just so much agency in the other lanes. Can he do that again? Like, can he help the Tristana kind of get going? I think if they do, like, they just kind of run away with this bot lane again.
Oh, absolutely, but we got Hyperion. Their backs are still against the wall. One loss sends them home. EDE still has a little bit of wiggle room. The question is, how motivated do you think Hyperion is to win after that last game? You know that their morale had to be a little bit down. They changed everything because of it. Do you think that the mental game has anything to do with this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, yeah, like you said, the potential of a reverse sweep is, now actually a thing. Like, they just won a game. Like, they changed up their draft. Again, we have some comfort. You're seeing Hyperion abandon on Irelia, like one of his favorite champions is Irelia, and maybe getting a first
abandon blood. Undertower, ignite, and the first blood right there. Wow, that, again, just really nice played by Abandon. We're seeing once again him on a champion who can just slaughter in the early game, and again, he's gonna be able to win the first 11 levels, and if he just keeps getting kills, he's gonna take a nice back, be able to spend that gold. May probably pick up a couple of long swords here. He's just going to be able to carry it. Actually, he goes for the call. That's a little bit interesting. I'm surprised he's not going for a little bit more of the bullying. But Abandon popping off, putting the team ahead here early.
Yeah, the Lay's in a good spot. Does not have to really sacrifice much. Just going to be able to walk back to lane. York's going to try and freeze it a little bit there. So and that's what he's doing, yeah. Freezing the wave here.
And I just don't think, although freezing's good, I don't think it's going to work. It's kind of more of a slow push going on, and Aurelius just going to be able to run through his minions, get those to stacks, and they just forced the flash out on Dogman because of a beautiful undertow from Olaf. Olaf did burn the ghost, and one thing I just want to point out.
See that bot lane, sorry about that. Misfortune did die.
Oh yeah, Tristana, nice tower dive. Stun Daddy's going to pull back a kill. Surviving with 1 HP. Tristana might dive it. I actually think it is beneficial for Tristana to dive it there. Just take the second kill. Who cares if Amumu's 2-0. But she's going to get some free tower goal. Amumu forced to stay. Or at least reset his back. Unfortunate that we missed that fight, but there's so much going on. One thing I do want to point out. Hecarim has Flash instead of Ghost. Now, obviously, Hecarim does more damage with how quick he's going. But he's able to flash over walls. And now Fear to really gap close, which should be interesting. I don't see Flash on Hecarim too often.
No, you're right. Typically, Hecarim goes Ghost. It increases actually the damage on E, I believe, right? It's the E modifier for the damage. So yeah, something that you don't typically see is the Flash. Maybe, like you said, it allows for some gank avenues that you traditionally wouldn't have. But with his ult, that's kind of, that is a gap closer. That is something you could gank with, potentially. So yeah, something you don't typically see. I don't know if that's something that's come back into the meta. I don't think so. I think Ghost is still...
No, it's still meta Ghost. And here we go. Charging in. Veigar missing the cage. It is kind of forcing Engineer to go around, but he's going to make it safely back under tower. Nevertheless, a nice gank. Herring's still able to keep the flash up, though.
Yeah, that was critical. I think the gate really zoning off the potential to die there on that gank. Didn't have to expend his flash, like you said.
And once again, Dogman on the supportive mid laner. Still level 5 means he doesn't have ult up for that gank. Hecarim. So is Olaf, though. Olaf has revealed. Hecarim has not. But nothing, no gromp up for Engineer. Abandon going back in, doing some chip damage. We got the little creepy crawlers up for Yorick. Not exactly sure what they're called, but I can tell you they're annoying. But Abandon just keeps going for this poke damage.
Yeah.
Low on mana, isn't going to be able to see too much. I think he's waiting to hit 6 here, but I don't know if he's actually going to have the mana to do anything. He just needs to push the wave, get a nice back in. Once again, if we're looking at the creep scores, it is pretty even across the board. There is about a 500 gold advantage on the side of Hyperion at the moment.
Yeah, most that's in the top lane sitting here. I think about 600, 700 gold alone in the top lane on Irelia.
Oh yeah, overall on top one, there's almost 1,000 gold gap for Abandon, which is huge. Absolutely huge. It's only going to make it easier for him to snowball.
Here,
and he's going for another tower dive. Ignites, and he's going to secure it. Does he get out alive? He does with about 30 HP. That is huge, ladies and gentlemen. Abandon going off this game again, only on a different champion. That being said, it looks like First Dragon is going to go on the side of emotional damage.
Yeah, you're seeing that emotional damage getting bot prio. They're going to go ahead and get the dragon here. Again, we saw sort of this in game 2 where the Riven got up early. I'm hoping that Abandon is going to stay in the top lane, get trio, like just continue to just abuse your early game lead here is what I want to see.
Oh, and I think they do kind of have to, although they do have a Veigar to fall back for late game. It does get harder for them once Yorick comes online. The other thing to be said there, although Cloud Drake isn't traditionally a great Drake to have to start, it is going to make MF slow less impactful. Leona going to be stuck here though because of the MFE. MF and Amumu taking her down. I think she goes down for sure.
She does.
The Ignite was there and getting finished off by the double up. MF going to get a beautiful kill there. Yeah, that's rough. The Tristana back ended. She was able to use
that was really good on the disjointed backs. I don't know if they knew that was happening or just kind of left into it, but either way, they get a really good pick there.
MF was able to use Make It Rain right after Instinct had left, which I think, honestly, was just perfectly played by her. Yeah. The Make It Rain was just so well timed. Stun Daddy had a free chance to do what he does best, and able to pick off the Leona, which is really puts them ahead in this lane too, and we're starting to see Hyperion, once they get the gap, they're good to play it out. Although it was turned around the first 2 games. I think Dogman being on these supportive mid laners is going to be the downfall.
I agree with you. Yeah, I think like it's one of your win conditions, and you're just sort of putting him on a sort of support type champion. I know it does a lot of damage, but it's not the type of burst like carry damage that we've seen him perform on in a few of these games.
And we got K-Peps sitting in this bush. Peps is an interesting jungler. He's willing to sit there and take lots of time to do ganks. Herring's roaming down to bot as well. Could we see a play here? If Tristana dives in, it's going to spell disaster. Stun Daddy with a beautiful bandage onto Sornads, but nothing's going to happen.
We saw all this, so I don't know if Hecarim's just going to kind of wait here. He doesn't have that 4 bot.
Hecarim is currently topside, sitting in
slowest gank ever.
sitting in the alcove. He is doing what I like to call alcove gaming. We just burned in exhaust here. Flash out, Stun Daddy with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. He is going to take the fall. MF, big ult. Oh, it's a close fight, but Instinct ultimately gets the reset on the W, able to pick off MF, and that is a massive double kill. And at this point, I think it's just easy to steamroll bot. I think, honestly, you let Stun Daddy take the sacrifice. Although bullet time is wonderful and does so much damage, it just put her in a bad position and really just gave the lane to Tristana. Engineer was looking to sneak the Herald. Just not going to happen.
Yeah, it was such a close fight, too. Like, kind of on the needle's edge. You can't really fault them there. Tristana getting 2 kills, though, really accelerates the spot lane. Now you have a carry for ED.
But also, that being said, Aurelia and Olaf are 2 champions that can just run at you. And if Aurelia hits a stun, or you don't W far enough away from Olaf, you're just going to get picked off late into these fights.
Agreed, yeah, positioning is going to be huge. We saw in game 1 that there's a few positioning issues with Instinct. So, yeah, positioning is going to be huge in these fights.
That being said, I think Instinct is a lot more comfortable on Tristana than he is on someone like Sivir.
I agree.
And just he's good at being aggressive. That being
Krista's
said,
playstyle feels like.
when it comes to the team fights, it's going. I think the team fights is where it's all going to stand because it's going to be a 45. You don't usually send Yorick to the team fights, especially when he's down 0-2. You can't do much. So it will give them the 5v4 advantage. But if Instinct and Dogman are able to stall out the fights long enough, Mobility gets right back to the game.
I agree with you, yeah. This is a very close game, though. This is not, like, while we do have a advantage for ED in the bot lane, vice versa, we have an advantage for Hyperion in the top lane.
Yeah, it's the map's been split relatively now. I think you just focus top at this point, get abandoned as far ahead as humanly possible. It's hard. It's hard when it's a Tristana, because a Tristana has such an explosive attitude to the champion, where if you make one wrong decision in any gank, she's just going to get the triple kill, and it's so rough. But here we go. The slow on the axe. Massive ultimate from Aurelia. They're going in, and they're just going to pick off Yorick. And once again, Aurelia being able to just Blade Surge right through any bit, holding her back, and take out Yorick. And that puts her at 3-0. Her and Tristana are just kind of mirroring each other at this point. And although having the gold on the ADC can be better in most scenarios, when it's Aurelia who just runs through your team, it's scary.
Cross map. Trying to go for the ban. They have smite. Oh, wow.
And Bullet Time picks off Engineer. Of course, Leona able to secure the dragon, but a beautiful encore. Stun Daddy living with barely an HP. Instinct diving in and diving out. Just rocket jumps, able to secure the kill. Wow, they are missing pinging really hard on the side of EDE. But Angel doesn't seem like she wants to be done with this fight just yet. Veigar still sitting in the bot side. They're going to take a recall. Everyone's off map for Hyperion. That was an interesting fight. They were able to 1-for-1 it. Of course, they get Dragon, and now it's going to be an Inferno Soul, which just means this match is bound to get bloodier.
Yeah, that could have been a disaster. Like you said, the Leona actually ended up picking up the Dragon there. Fumbled the smite a little bit. Yeah, in the end, not terrible for ED.
The thing that can be scary here for Hyperion is, although EDE is down 3k in gold, it makes up for it with the Ocean Drake and the Cloud Drake stats. And it just puts them closer to Soul. Also, the entirety of their gold is on Tristana. All of their kills, Tristana. 4-0, Tristana. So, Instinct is a very good player. She is very ahead. And they, really, in team fights, one of the main things they need to prey on is picking off Instinct. If Instinct goes down, they win the fight. But if Instinct is able to kill enough of them before that happens, it just spells disaster for Hyperion.
Yeah, we do have Seraphine hovering top here.
Abandoned, trying to go in. And there's the ultimate. She's under tower, but she's just stunning. It's just Aurelia things, man. The amount of healing even through Bramble. But Dogman able to get the shutdown. 400 gold bounty on to Dogman. Is that the start of Dogman? And here we go. Hecarim ulting in. Leona bringing it down, but a Curse of a Sad Mummy. Olaf here. Ragnarok used. He is just going to try to run them down here and do what Olaf does. Targeting the Hecarim. And I think he just picked the wrong target there. I think you need to go for Tristana first. And Tristana rocket jumping, just cleaning it up. Veigar here a little bit late. See, that's the problem. When you have Tristana, when you have Instinct on Tristana, although she is very aggressive and was a little far up, Peps didn't capitalize on it. Peps decided to try to stick to the Hecarim and just keep Ragnarok going. Instead of maybe going after Instinct, forcing her to rocket jump out, and keeping the rest of your team alive before going onto the Hecarim and Leona. A small misplay like that, the wrong target, completely turns the game around and puts EDE back in a winning scenario.
Yeah, fully agree with you here. Get a little bit of skirmish mid.
Herrings with the cage, encore, and Leona gonna stun. Hecarim gonna pick him off. Herrings playing a little far up. Clearly not as comfortable on Veigar as Dogman.
Yeah.
I think he just needs to play it a little bit safer.
Yeah, back to that fight in the bot lane. You have to pry the Tristana. Like, that has to be your #1 priority. There's a good more action in the top lane. I think he's gonna be able to just ghost out of here. He is, but yeah, the Tristana has got to be your priority. I wish we could have seen damage in that fight, but the Tristana was just the AA move and the attacks in between. Like they were just perfect, like doing so much damage. Just not really a threat to die. Just yeah, you have to do something.
And we're gonna look for a dive here. Solar Flare misses. Bullet time being used, but it doesn't matter. There is just too many of them under tower. And once again, the kill being placed onto Hyperion. And Aurelia taking the Krugs. There's so much gold onto Aurelia, but there's just even more gold onto Tristana. This is what's so scary about this. Like, Tristana's going to dominate any fight she's in. Aurelia's going to just dominate any fight she's in. So until we see the two teams collide in a team fight, I don't know who's going to win that game. But once that team fight spells out, is where this all comes to a collide. The other problem with Tristana, though, is because of explosive charge. She just does so much damage to towers.
Yeah,
they have so much
tier 2 is going down here. Yeah, it's got a Vigar on the side here. Got teleport coming in as well.
The cage, he's gonna W. He's gonna do everything he can, but it's just you don't go in 1v4.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not the Vigar that we had in a different game here.
Unfortunately, Herring is playing too aggressive. He had to pick Vigar to get it away from Dogman, but it's too aggressive. It's too aggressive too early. How many stacks is he at right now? I guess are we able to check while he's dead? I'm not sure.
We cannot. We have to wait for him to come back up, I think.
But here we go. EDE having Prio on Dragon. Pep's gonna go in first. They do have Abandon with them this time. This fight is going to be huge. It's a 4-4. York's going to get the top tower. But this fight, I think, really is going to determine. We got Amumu going in. We're looking for a good curse to sad money. Encore goes off. Ragnarok goes off. They're taking out the Leona. Abandon. Right on to Tristana. Takes out Tristana. And they're just going to clean up the rest of it with Ragnarok. Wow.
Okay, then.
What a fight. And that just shows Abandon. Honestly, we've been talking about how Dogman has been a huge carry for ED. Abandon, man. He knows who to prioritize. He dove straight for Triss. She tried to rocket jump away, and it just wasn't happening. Meanwhile, you have Peps Ragnaroking through all of their CC and able to clean up anyone that Abandon couldn't before his demise.
Yeah, that was a huge fight. Huge win for Hyperion there.
And if, although they lost T1, they were able to secure the Inferno Dragon. They're gonna get that extra damage buff onto all of their champions, which is huge for trying to delete Tristana.
Yeah,
now, obviously,
it's also the potential 23-minute solo as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's just Tristana. She does so much damage that Abandon was gonna fall. Even if they trade Abandon for Tristana every fight, I think they still win because of just how strong an Olaf with Ragnarok is into their team.
Yeah, the shutdown gold also, I believe, went to Abandon, right? He was able to get the kill onto Tristana. I know he did most damage. I think see if he actually got the kill on.
Yeah, I believe he did get the kill. Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm just gonna go ahead and check. So he did get a 600 gold bounty on a Triss. That's gonna make him so strong. Yeah. He's got Gore Drinker now. I don't believe he had Gore Drinker in that fight, which actually, if he did, I think he would have lived. That being said as well,
very close.
Angel is the one who picked up the bounty on Hecarim. Now, although MF is nerfed, and I don't think MF is ever the pick in this series, gold on MF is nice. It pulls them a little bit back, and it means bullet time's going to do more damage.
Yeah, and that fight she didn't even bullet time. She just literally she used it to clear wave mid. Did not even have to use it, but I don't think it really should with the new Misfortune build, to be honest, in those fights.
No, I don't. I mean, if she was able to. If she's able to get far enough away, bullet time can be huge if Peps and Abandon are in and the rocket jump's already been used. But using it before rocket jump, kind of suicidal.
Yeah. I think it's the right call not to use it in those fights unless, like you said, kind of has the better setup for it.
And we're looking for something mid here. Stun Daddy, Curse of the Sad Mummy onto Hecarim, and he's going to try to ult away. Oh, a nice bandage. Flash from Engineer. And honestly, I think, although that flash is good for the disengage, I think if he has Ghost there, it's still just as safe, and he's going to do more damage. I'm not sure about the flash on Hecarim. I feel like it makes him significantly weaker.
I would agree with you, yeah. I think and also the agency it gives in early games as well. I feel like it's underrated.
Oh, absolutely. And also, he doesn't even he's not even going Chemtech, which means his speed is going to be lacking. Instinct and Serenad's considering it. Rocket jump in, but they see Peps. It was a good bait, but ultimately Tristana a little bit too fast, and there was no hit on that axe. And this time, I think something EDE has improved on this game is the vision score. The vision, they're actually lighting up their map, and it makes it a lot harder really for. Yeah, last time the ganks were everywhere, but because they had no vision, but this time they're able to see.
Yeah,
they're not blind.
Almost 21 minutes in here. We have a very, very close game. This has been actually really, really good.
When your map doesn't look like Stevie Wonder, it tends to be a little bit better. And oh my god, the amount of gold just piled onto Abandon and Instinct. I think, like, again, it is Abandon versus Instinct this game overall.
I agree with you, yeah. And even like we just saw in that last fight, like if Abandon's able to kill Instinct, then they're most likely going to win the fight. That's what it's going to come down to.
Ladies and gentlemen watching, whichever team wins, know that it's either the top meta going into Worlds or the bot meta going to Worlds. This is truly the match that determines it. Here we go. We're slowing down for a second here, but any moment now. We got Hecarim, kind of could look for something with Yorick. We got Tristana Leona mid. Miss Fortune trying to farm that cannon. I don't think she was able to get it just because the threat of Instinct diving on her is just too much.
Yeah, Hyperion's trying to kind of flip the strong side of their map now. They're sending a band to the bot lane. They want to start prioritizing these Infernal Drakes coming up here.
Veigar finally at 200 stacks, which isn't bad for 20 minutes. That AP is going to start to matter soon. Although he doesn't have a huge amount of gold on him, he has the Everfrost. It looks like he's going to be building Rabadon second, which you can't really blame him. That's going to be a huge power spike for him. I almost wonder if you just wait to take fights until he gets it. However, Dragon's going to be up in 40 seconds. I think that's where we're going to see this next big encounter between EDE and Hyperion. This match, I think this has been the closest we have been so far. Usually by this match, this point in the match, one team's already convincingly winning.
I agree with you. Yeah, this has felt like the closest game. It's literally, like you said, this dragon fight could decide who kind of gets favored.
Is Angel going to be caught off? No. Okay, good. I think it's going to come to the dragon fight unless EDE elects to trade it for Baron. And Big Axe lands. Of course, ult's away. K-Pep's risky going up that far. No Ragnarok used. That is a big burn. He did burn Ghost.
Kind of gives them prio here on the dragon if this is what they want to do. They do have to respect that. You know, BDE could just be like, alright, we're just going to go straight to Baron then.
I think they can just take the dragon and they're going to go Baron. I think that's a fine trade. However,
send Olaf to just solo it.
I wonder if this works for them though, because I think without Olaf they're too weak to fight the 5v4. We got a bandage by Stun Daddy. Not
5v4 if BDE wants to take it.
They're doing. Look at that damage from Veigar. He misses the bandage, but they're able to draw him off Baron. If they can just stall this out until Peps is able to rejoin him, I don't think they engage that far. They're gonna take down Serenad. Veigar ult. A big curse. Curse of the Sad Mummy's gonna do it. Instinct dives in way too far. Angel able to pick him down, and they have to retreat. EDE is suffering a lot of damage. The Cage is gonna be able to take down Yorick and Abandon. The amount of damage he does, they're gonna go and try to finish picking him off, and I don't think they have anywhere to run. Bullet time.
Good. Coming up here. This is the Cage. It does not matter.
Angel takes him down. They don't know where Seraphine is. They're trying to find her. Ow! Dogman though, gonna be able to assert his dominance in the mid matchup. No, Herrings is able to survive, and I think that
was a 4v5.
I think that
Olaf never was there in any of that fight.
Yeah, no, that spells disaster for EDE. That is horrific for EDE. Instinct, I don't mean to be rude to Instinct, but when you're the carry on the team, you don't dive in to 3 of them, especially when Abandon's there, man. That's just... Oh, wow. And, of course, Angel able to pick up the kill there. Angel picked up, I think, 3 kills that fight. So, she's got Last Whisper. Has she backed into that fight? I don't believe so. I'm surprised they didn't go straight into taking Baron. I don't think they had to. They have 2 Inferno Drakes. The damage stacking is going to be huge. I think there is going to be issues for the rest of this game. I think EDE.
Abandon in a little bit of a precarious spot here.
Engineer gonna charge in. Abandon can't 1v4, but walks out.
Need to have some type of Leona like follow up there.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised they didn't try to commit harder onto Abandon there. Of course, they did have Stun Daddy over the wall if worse came to worse, but I don't think I think they could have been really, really good for ED.
Some posturing here mid.
Baron's still up. And the question is, are both teams going to stall out? I think the longer these games go, the better it is for Hyperion, just because of Veigar. Veigar has... Oh, sorry. We got a charge in from Abandon. He is just going to pick off the Yorick, and Yorick goes down for the count in an instant. 0-6 on mobility, and Stun Daddy bandaging on to... We got an Encore, and Curse on the side, right before it goes down. Bullet Time going to be able to pick off Instinct, and Engineer... Man!
That's the dream right there.
Stun Daddy!
The 3-man ult, Misfortune layers down all right on top of it.
Stun Daddy leaving me some too much going on in that fight for me to be able to actually talk over, man. They're going to be able to get Baron off that. That bullet time was huge. That bullet time and that Curse of the Sad Mummy really made it. You had Veigar able to do extra damage because of the true damage on a move result. They get Baron. I think it's just Hyperion's game. I think we're going to be seeing Game 5, ladies and gentlemen.
This is looking more and more like a Game 5 coming up. We have almost 9,000 gold lead here on Hyperion. They have the Baron buff. This gold lead is just going to keep increasing.
Objective bounties, of course, up for EDE. That mid T1 still not down. They have 2 minutes to use it before Dragon is up. And it's crazy that they're able to win that fight without Abandon there so convincingly. Instinct was kind of trapped in that bullet time. Caught on the very end of Curse of the Sad Mummy, too.
Yeah, man. We had this Tristana start out 6-0 and kind of gone on with 3 since then. Like, for DDE, looking at how they get back into this game, I think it has to start with protecting Tristana. Like, there has to be CC to just basically someone sitting on top of Tristana and making sure that she's able to get her autos off.
And we got a fight going on mid here. I can't exactly see what's going on, but it looks like EDE is actually winning it. But Abandon with the ultimate, the amount of damage Veigar just did, and now Olaf Ragnarocking and running through. Instinct barely escaping with their life. Oh, maybe not. That axe barely missing. What is Instinct and Mobility going to be able to 2v5? Probably not. And I think that might just spell the end of the game.
Yeah, they have Baron buff. They're able to just sort of push down mid here. Veigar is coming behind them. I'll give them the kind of zone control they need to take these Nexus targets.
And honestly, I don't know who's done more for their team this game, whether it's Stun Daddy or Abandon. Because Stun Daddy has had some huge Christmas Sad Mummies this game. But Instinct...
Great damage,
Wait, Instinct able to pick off Angel. Does he have it in him to fight the 1v4? Wait,
That's
Engineer back up.
DDE.
Serenad's back up. Dogman's going to be back up. They won't...
Pull off here, yeah. Don't want to risk it.
Yeah, but did you just see the damage that Herons did to Engineer?
I did that, yeah.
And they're going to be able to get a third Inferno Drake. 2 early Drakes are great, but when you have 18% extra attack damage NAP onto which... Well, the attack damage is obviously great for their entire team, but 18% added ability power onto Veigar, plus a Mumu ult, the added true damage onto any AP hitting a target with the curse applied. Oh.
Veigar now has the Rabadons, like, Veigar is online now. Like, I think just basically 2 shots Tristana. Like, if he's not saving ult for Tristana, he's definitely going. I don't really see how BDE has a way back in if Tristana's dead in these fights.
It is also worth mentioning he has 300 stacks, plus the 18%, plus Rabadons. Rabadon's giving him...
Almost 1,000
yeah.
AP here.
But we're going to have the ult over the wall, fleeing, and the Encore, they're going to get 2 picks here. They're going to be able to take out Herrings. They're able to take out Stun Daddy.
Huge.
What an ultimate, and that's so much gold on the Triss. Triss probably going to be able to get a 4th item soon, but Abandon coming in from the side. And honestly, can they take the 3v4? Probably.
Yeah, the Bandit and Angel's still alive. I still think they win this. Even 3v4,
Oh,
like you said.
I mean, there's not going to be really that much Angel can do without a good stun, but They're
Used
just
a lot of their ultimates as well in that last fight to get those picks.
and they're just gonna be able to walk with the wave and just that damage. That damage on the Misfortune Q.
Yeah, 4 items Misfortune now.
The rapid fire
Still
is
does
so
a lot
big.
of damage once you get near full build.
You know, Herrings and Stun Daddy walked a little bit far up. They're up again now. Baron's up in 2 minutes. Inferno Soul up in 3. The enemy inhib should be up in roughly about a minute. Sorry, Energy's inhib, not the enemy inhib. Red team's always the enemy. Come on. But here we go. A root onto Peps. Peps using Ragnarok. Engineers almost down, still alive. Curse of the Sad Mummy went off, but it doesn't matter. Daybreak too strong, and they're gonna pick off 3 of them here. Tristana, Seraphine both getting some damage, and EDE.
What are we doing here, Hyperion? Like, you have only 3 members there.
EDE not willing to let this go to game 5. Dogman, you know what? Dogman, the encores have been huge. The root was huge. Ragnarok came a little bit late. But here's a cage from Herrings. Is Herrings going to be able to pick him off? W'd a little bit too late, but it doesn't matter. Encore goes off. And Bullet Time able to chunk them. Instinct down to half health.
Vigar flashes in.
Oh, the W. Oh, wow. He used the ultimate onto Leona.
Maybe a misclick? I think Misfortune may be able to chase this down unless Instinct has reset. It's gonna have to flash. Yeah, it's a smart play. Maybe? No.
Fort?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Oh, that was a little bit of a lag spike. I don't know if that was on my end or yours. But we're back. Herrings and Angel, the two of the strongest members here, trying to push the towers. If they're able to take out Instinct, I think that spells disaster, and they do it!
Yep.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is looking like the end of game 4 here.
In mid lane.
Engineer.
Cannot stop this.
Engineer back up, but what do they do without Instinct? What do they do without their 10 and 4 ADC? They're just going to take out. Nexus is now exposed. The final fight. Engineer trying to go around. No Ghost. And they're just picking off mobility. They're picking off super nads. Ragnarok going to run down mobility. Engineer, valiant attempt. But they're going to take down the Nexus. Game 4, backs against the wall. And Hyperion looking for the reverse sweep.
Wow. That was amazing. We are going to cut to a quick break. We are going to get loaded up for game 5, get some silver scrapes going. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and
the sun steps down and escapes the day, we'll calmly walk away from the fray. When structure falls and all else fails, we will build it once again. When the colors fade and it turns to gray, we'll calmly walk away from the fray. When structure falls and all else fails, we will build it once again. We can climb higher than before, or we could stand by while it burns to the floor, though we cannot fly. We will build and the wounds will mend as we build it once again.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for Game 5 of the semifinals between EDE and Hyperion. With me, another change in casters. We have Phoenix here. How's it going, Phoenix?
Pretty good. What? I'm the third one of the night?
You are the third one of the night. I've been here for all 5. We had Dylan earlier. We had Fort for the last game, and now we have you.
Hey, happy to be the stand-in here. I've been told it's been a fantastic series so far.
Oh my God! We just had we're on the verge of a reverse sweep. I took comments from EDE did respond to me, and they have let me know that they allegedly threw the last 2 games for the stream content. I doubt, but you never know.
Hey, anytime they say they're throwing for content, I'll give them the pass because who doesn't love throwing for content? And we got the draft going on here. Misfortune, the first pick, something you're not such a big fan of anymore once the nerfs did come out. I mean, she was really strong last week, but it is Wednesday, it's patch day, so
man, I'm just
that same power level.
I'm just annoyed because we've seen it in so many games. I feel like the last game that just happened has been the only game where I feel like MF had made an impact, but at the point she was making an impact, like any other ADC would have been doing more. So it's just I don't know. But compared with the Amumu again, which it went well last time for Hyperion. Also, I guess they swiped Jarvan so that Hyperion couldn't.
Yeah, the Jarvan swipe, I mean, it is an early pick, and with that jungler, you know, you can sort of pick that early on, and something like Jarvan, it's pretty hard to counterpick that, taking it away. Obviously, strong ultimate combo, a Cataclysm with the bullet time, so you can see sort of why EDE would want to pick that, and Tristana is their raw Misfortune answer, I suppose, so we'll see what they want to pick in the support to match with that.
And we got the Volley Bear back. I don't know if it's going to be top or jungle again. I hope this time it's jungle because when I want to see Abandon back on a carry. He's just so fun to watch when he's on an Aurelia or an Olaf. They're going to take... We have the same bot lane as last game. I wonder if that's gonna be the play. The first time we've seen it, EDE won convincingly. This time, the last game, they won pretty convincingly until it came to the team fights. Will it be the same for Game 5?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see, but super CC heavy teams at this point. I mean, Leona, Amumu, Volibear, Jarvan, these are all sort of tankier, just going to try and lay out one member, make sure they can't play the game in a team fight. And how has that been, have we seen these sort of tanks and engaged supports throughout the entire series or just last game?
Oh, engaged supports have been everywhere tonight, especially for EDE. And when Hyperion's winning, 100% for Hyperion. The engaged supports have made some game-changing plays tonight, especially Amumu on Hyperion. Sorry, I'm just blanking out on his name. Stun Daddy has really fulfilled his name, and we got a Victor pick. Victor when he's comboing Chaos Storm in Cataclysm can be really, really big.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone was watching the Gladiator League last night, but that was first pick Victor, the series. I mean, it was B1, R1 basically every game. So emotional damage energy also in the same thought process. I think that's a strong pick in the mid lane. Titan Gaming Hyperion, they did ban that Vygar. I think you mentioned that a little bit when trying to brief me up on what was happening. Is that a notable ban there?
The Vagar, absolutely. Dog has been on Vagar all night, and he only pentakill we've seen this series.
Wow.
But
a Vygar pentakill though.
A Vygar pentakill, 15 minutes to a match.
Well, that certainly doesn't happen too well. I have to imagine the Vygar players team won that game. Or at least I should hope so.
Oh yeah, EDE destroyed. EDE shit stomped that game, if we're being honest.
Well, we have Ziggs Camille, the final lock-ins there, so that will push Volibear into the jungle, and Camille the blind pick top. Again, because I'm just coming in, I'm not too sure what these top laners generally play. Is this a Camille we have seen so far in the series or something new?
It's not a Camille we've seen so far, but Abandon these last two games went off the supportive top laners, the supportive tankier top laners, and onto carry top laners, and it has brought nothing but success for Hyperion. But this time, Mobility has a Shen to try to maybe alleviate himself from needing to be strong in top lane and focus on team comps. It's been weird, though, because EDE has thrived in the split pushing until Abandon started playing what he was good at. They won their first two matches almost solely off their potential to split push with Mobility Scooter. But now that Hyperion has finally found a way to counter it, it's been really, really interesting. So I wonder if taking Shen to try to help a little bit in these team comps is going to do anything. And this is the first time we've really seen EDE sweat.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned it, comfort, especially now that we're in this game 5. It's been such a long series, and in these long series, you don't have a lot of practice with them throughout the regular season. So come playoffs, you got to be ready to play these champions, ready to sit down and play high-quality League for up to 5 games, and in this case, we've got all 5. So I think we're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll be back with you guys once we're on the Rift.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Rift. We are here for Game 5 of the Semifinals 2-2 EDE versus Hyperion. What do you think about these comps?
Well, I think these are some interesting picks. I look at both these teams, and certainly the side of EDE, they're a bit damage light. It is basically just Victor Tristana
Oh, and we just got the engage right away. The taunt from Shen, and they just blew up Misfortune in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately for EDE, though, it goes to Sornads.
Yeah, definitely not who you're giving first blood to if you have the choice. But still, first blood, and my name's Angel. Getting a bit too greedy, trying to get an early ward on the jungle. So I think what I was saying before I was rudely interrupted by first blood being donated away. You know, the team comp for EDE, it's a bit on the damage light side. It is mostly just up to Dogman and Instinct on those picks. Jarvan, Shen, Leona, not exactly going to be dishing out a ton of DPS. So I'd like to really see a focus on that mid and bot sides from Engineer rather than a Shen. And I think that's sort of common knowledge. You know, if you're a jungler, you don't usually want to gank a Shen, but especially in this game, I'd expect Engineer to be in this bot side a lot.
Oh, absolutely. It is a little bit weird to see him pathing top, actually, for these first couple of levels. I mean, maybe alleviate some pressure on Shen so that when he is later, it doesn't do too much. And, of course, Herring's just poking out Victor, something he's going to need to do. He needs to win these trades early before he's able to get the augments up. Bot lane, we got whoever engages first is probably going to win the fight.
Yeah, that is the interesting one. You know, Stun Daddy really going to be on them to hit the bandage toss. And Sornads does have a bit of an advantage. Leona obviously can engage through minion waves. That is something our Amumu is outclassed by. So something to maybe keep in mind, especially if we see some jungler presence down here. Easier for EDE to set up those ganks rather than the other side, Titan Gaming Hyperion.
And it looks like Volibear opting to take the 3 camp clear. We could see an early gank in the top lane, especially with how Mobility Scooter is positioning. Oh,
yeah, it seems like wave. Yeah, it is coming into them at the current moment, so shouldn't be the end of the world. But you can see Abandon already has that early ward in the Tri-Brush, so they'll know if Engineer is here, and they also can ensure the Mobility Scooter will be the one cut out.
Oh, but here we go. Pep's looking for the gank. He's gonna hit the stun, and Ziggs beautifully using the satchel charge to take down Dogman, and that's gonna put him ahead in the mid lane. Dogman, although good from playing from behind, if they're able to take that big of an advantage. And here we go, a fight in the top lane. Camille will win that if Shen decides to stay in, but ultimately just a little bit of poke going on. And that got bloody real quick.
All right, so tell me, what are the needs to knows right now? You know, it's game 5 of the series. Who's been popping off? Who's fallen off across the series? What's been happening so far? Give me the update.
Truth be told, I would argue that on oh, sorry, 1 second. Engineer's looking to come in real quick. And they're just holding... Camille holding her own, the Ignite onto the Jarvan. But Jarvan pulling out Mobility Scooter, going to try to taunt her. And we got another engaged bot lane. Sornad's a little bit overextended, and we're going to get the kill onto Angel. Top fight still going. Abandon tried to get out, but ultimately Mobility Scooter able to pick up the kill, which is kind of huge for Shen into a Camille, isn't it?
Yeah, it will be nice for Mobility Scooter. I mean, it's always going to be hard the second Abandon picks up that Sheen, but current moment, not going to be a buy available to them. So Mobility Scooter, they'll have a bit of an advantage, at least until that level 6, where Abandon, you know, he'll get that Hextech ultimatum. That's going to be way more useful for that solo lane 1v1. So, you know, like you said, it will help alleviate some of this pressure early, but I think once we get to level 6, level 7, level 8, it will swing back into Abandon's favor.
Yeah, just so much going on, though, man, in that moment. But as you asked earlier, who's been shining? Abandon's definitely been the major carry for Hyperion. That being said, Stun Daddy's also made some huge plays, especially when it comes to the Curse of the Sad Mummy ultimates in these last couple of games. On the other side, though, if Dogman pops up in one team fight, we'll carry the whole game for EDE. And then Instinct has won, I think, every lane tonight, to be honest. I don't think Instinct's lost a lane.
So it's been the EDE show bot and the Abandoned show up top is what I'm hearing.
Essentially, yes. And once again, Abandon going to try to take another fight with Mobility Scooter here. A level down, a kill down, and the wave's definitely in Mobility's favor. Abandon looking to pull out, but once Abandon's able to get the Hextech Ultimatum is where he'll really shine into Shen.
Yeah, certainly a big power spike we'll be watching for up there in the top lane. You know, in the mid lane, both these mid laners, they do have flash burn, so we might see some more jungle presence up there or around there in the near future. First Dragon, it will be Infernal, and it seems like Engineer and the EDE side might be a bit more interested in that, at least since K-Paps is on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and I think I'm going to have to agree, but it looks like Engineer's looking to prep something onto Herrings here. Can we see a nice Demacian standard landed? And Herring's using the satchel charge to just keep Engineer off. Dogman pretty low on health at this moment. And a Mega Death Bomb, or Mega Inferno Bomb, sorry, taking out Dogman. Nothing Dogman could really do. Victor's just so damn slow prior to boots. And that's going to bring Herring's up to 2-0. A 2-0 Ziggs is something that's kind of scary 6 minutes to a game, isn't it?
Yeah, boom, just, the 1-2 punch right under the tower. Dogman does have the TP, so they're not going to lose a whole lot for it, but another kill in the pocket of Herring's, like you said, and especially, it is 6 minutes in, and Ziggs is one of those champions that totally can run down a lane. If you let him get too many autos off on your tower, you can be giving up first blood tower at 10-minute mark, and that's something really scary if you are someone like Victor or the EDE side. So, like you said, I totally think that Ziggs having 2 kills early, really nice for Herring's.
And Engineer still looking to prep that Inferno Drake. Give them the extra 6% AD and AP if they can get it. We're picking out the control ward in the Tribush. Looks like Engineer's going to set up there. One thing to notice, though, Engineer still only at level 4. Going to look for the Demacian Standard. A big stun landed by Leona. Rocket jumping in. The bomb goes off. Angel goes down. Instinct picking up on the first kill for them in the bot lane. And honestly, once Instinct gets their first kill is where they start to snowball. Each game we've seen them on Tristana. After that first kill, they pretty well win lane.
All right, so we hit the breakpoint for the EDE bot lane. Instinct got that kill, so that will be the end of Angel, and it will also mean EDE, they're going to look for this first dragon, which I think, it's a great play, makes a good bit of sense. K-Paps on the opposite side, trying to grab some counter jungle camps off an invade. So, try not to lose too much on the play overall.
Yeah, not too bad at all. The Inferno Dragon going to be taken here in half a second. Volibear and Camille top going to probably push that wave. Maybe try to secure Herald once it's up in about a minute here. Shen just trying to stay out of sight, not able to secure any of the XP from the wave. Obviously not going to be able to get any CS from it either. And that Herald's coming up any second. I think we'll probably see Peps go for it, considering Engineer just revealed in the red side.
Yeah, it seemed like Mobility Scooter up there up top was able to actually sort of juke away from K-Peps, who went around after they grabbed those Krugs and went to the Tri-Brush. So they made it out safely, but did tell them that Volibear was on an invade, which I think might be why we're seeing the ED side sort of try and push a bit more into that red side jungle of K-Peps. But at the end of the day, they're not going to commit to the invade. Instead, just going to go back to farming their camps, as Engineer has hit level 6. We'll see if they want to do anything with it. My guess is we're going to see another re-gank bot lane with Instinct.
And Sornad set up in that bush. Going to go in, stuns the Amumu. And although MF's trying to make it rain, there's the rocket jump in. Slim Daddy gonna go down hard. And a Cataclysm onto Misfortune. And I can only imagine Tristana's gonna pick up a double kill in this bot lane. Rocket jumping out of the tower range. And once again, 3-0. Instinct is on fire this series.
Just looking like another Instinct game in the bot lane here. I mean, a fantastic double kill once again. Engineer, great setup, comboed with Sornaz, who are definitely on the same page for these ganks. And we'll see what Titan Gaming want to do on the opposite side of the map. K-Peps continuing to try and grab some camps away from Engineer, but if your bot lane keeps dying, then there's not a whole lot you can do with counter ganks.
We did get the Herald secured during that fight, and Abandoned Under Tower got taunted, took 3 tower shots, and it's down to a quarter HP, almost dying there. Having to use the hook shot to get out, but Ziggs tried to use the Mega Bomb to force Victor to flash, and is ultimately able to end his life by getting flashed next to. Of course, Chaos Storm used as well, but it's just not enough to take down Herring's. Herring's 3-0. This game is interesting. It's Herring's versus Instinct at the moment, and we're looking like we might get a tower dive on Abandoned. Nah. Peps backing. Abandoned looking to get another back, but can't exactly walk into that bush.
Yeah, and we'll see. Engineer, they have done a great job of trying to get Instinct ahead, and we might just see a replay of those previous games, but Abandoned looking a bit light on the kills. So you have to imagine, hopefully, it'll be getting better soon. Now that she does have level 6, she does have Sheen. And maybe we could even see a roam up from Herring's with that Super Mega Bomb. And that could be enough to combo with Abandoned's ultimate. I mean, those two ults, they sort of lock you down and then blow you up. So it's a combo we could try and see a play if that's what Titan Gaming want to do.
If they're able to land the Hextech Ultimatum onto Instinct in a team fight, it could definitely turn the fight into their favor very heavily.
So a little bit of a gold lead. EDE have accrued for themselves. And it's really hard for K-Peps to actually play this and try and dive anybody just because there is that Stand United always in the back pocket for EDE. That's part of the pick of this Shen. You know, if Abandon isn't able to cancel it, then it's just going to be a free third or fourth member for EDE. And when you're already losing in the bot side, I mean, it makes it even harder for K-Peps.
And here we go. We're looking at another fight in the top. The taunt barely misses. Abandon still getting out with his life because of it. And Ziggs. Oh, wait. Abandon going back in. Using the Hexic Ultimatum and taking down Mobility Scooter. Wow. What a turnaround. And now, coming bot, we just seen the big bomb from Ziggs. And Tristana, Daybreak. Bullet time going to be used, though. Takes off Sornats. Takes all of those Instinct. Curse of the Sad Mummy, allowing Herrings to pick off Tristana and get a huge shutdown. K-Peps not done. Demossing standard out, but a flash. And K-Peps ultimately able to take down Jarvan. Chaos Storm used, not going to do enough damage to take down K-Peps. And a 3-0 on the side of Hyperion. Plus, obviously, Shen dying top. Huge for them, bringing them to a 2K gold lead. A ton of gold on Ziggs. He's 4-0. Misfortune back in, gonna hook shot away. Mobility Scooter not gonna be able to capitalize on the low health of Abandon.
Yeah, no Stand United if Shen is dead, which is exactly what it was. I mean, Mobility Scooter, they lost the 1v1, trying to go back.
A Shadow Dash under tower?
Doesn't seem like they're gonna get any. And Abandon, you know, they were calling to their team. They're like, hey guys, there's no Shen ult. Go, it's time to make the play bot. And that's exactly what they did. 4 members, the rest of the squad of Titan Gaming down there, able to pick up 3 kills of their own. And a really nice use over there of all their teammates. And now Reset, teleporting back to the second dragon. Seems like they're going to be in a really good position to fight it out.
Just a really nice turnaround. We got Hextech Dragon up now. The question is EDE going to just try to sneak it, or is Hyperion going to put up a fight for this Hextech Dragon this time? Hextech Dragon can be really big for Misfortune. The added attack speed works really nice with her. It's pretty solid on Camille as well. As for EDE, if they're able to pick it up, Hextech Dragon's obviously going to be nice for Tristana and charging up that bomb. The good old explosive charge.
It seems like EDE, you know, they're moving Instinct and Sornads up to the top lane, so I find it hard to believe they'll be interested in fighting this dragon. And even though Abandon does not have teleport, neither does Harings, they're just going to give this one up and try and fight for the next one. I mean, the mythic items, if we look over to the emotional damage energy side, they're still lacking mythics both on Mobility Scooter and Engineer, and both supports, I should say neither support has theirs completed. So mostly just going to be that 2 mythic difference in that top jungle for Engineer, for Mobility Scooter, which is another disincentive to fighting this.
And Abandon going in, the Hexic Ultimatum under tower onto Instinct, but a nice Daybreak, and the Stand Unite used to help end the fight. Instinct gonna be able to pick off Abandon there. Abandon doing everything he can. Instinct was barely out of tower range there, and ultimately just able to pick off Abandon, bringing Tristana to 4-1.
Yeah, you can't go in like that when there's just so much CC potential between that Shen and Leona, which is exactly what we saw there. I mean, between all of the ultimates the abilities used, probably CC'd for about 8 seconds. So Abandon, nothing doing in that 1v1 or 2v1, as I should say. And trying to make the gold lead a bit more even, but it does seem like it's Titan Gaming Hyperion who have this early game lead, trying to now crack open the top lane turret with that satchel charge, additional execute damage.
Dogmen gonna go around here. They know they're in the bush taking the red buff, but a bandage onto Curse of Sad Mummy onto Victor, and I think Stun Daddy's gonna fall to the Chaos Storm, and Instinct getting dove on by Sornats, trying to turn it around. Herrings is there. There's the Mega Bomb, and it looks like Sornats is gonna be caught out of position here. But a Cataclysm onto Angel. Angel going to be forced to flash out. A bullet time to turn it around. Able to take off Engineer with the help of Ziggs. And K-Peps running back in. The smite onto Instinct. Not able to finish it off, unfortunately.
And Instinct just ate the entire bullet time and able to walk it out, which is great. But a bit of a skirmish there, and I'm not really sure who it favored. I mean, the Engineer did die, so must be cited for Titan Gaming Hyperion, who are now going to grab the second Rift Herald.
And
Or maybe the first one.
Despite Instinct being so far ahead in his lane, Angel has been able to get some kills back in these team fights and is now seeing himself with a 200 gold bounty. Abandoned during that time as well. A nice split push, able to take down the T1 bot side, really opening up the map for the next dragon. It's going to be Mountain Soul this game. And
Unsoul, one of the good ones. Stun Daddy, able to be just fine here in the mid lane.
Engineer charged in there, but just wasn't close enough. And Abandoned onto Dogman. Dogman's going to go down so quick. Hextech ultimatum and just deleting him off the face of the Summoner Rift. Sornad's not able to get there in time. And man, we just watched Dogman go from 0-3 to 0-4 in the blink of an eye.
Definitely not the best game here for Dogman, and a behind Victor is really, really sad for your team. Like you mentioned in the early game, you do really need those augments to become a really strong champion, and when you're dead for so long in the game, it's hard to do that. Dogman 0-4-1, don't have a lot of assists either, and it's just going to further put EDE behind than what the gold lead might show. But the good news for EDE, you know, they don't have to fight this dragon. It's another 2 minutes away, so Dogman, they'll be up in time, and they won't actually lose any major objectives.
My question, though, is if you are EDE, is it worth fighting this dragon? Or do you send Victor to a side lane and Tristana to the mid lane and just try to get these more gold on these champions?
I mean, if you look at the summoner spells available for Titan Gaming, My Name's Angel, no flash, no heal. So if Engineer is able to try and find some kind of really nice cataclysm onto that Misfortune, it could be a huge team fight opening. And I think if they're able to do that, then emotional damage energy, they have a shot at taking the team fight. Otherwise, maybe you can just sit here, continue to scale. You know, Victor's a full item behind, and Instinct is basically half an item behind. It's not the best fight, but it certainly isn't the worst.
If it were to work out in their favor, it would definitely turn the game right around. But we got some lining up in the mid lane. It's going to be a 5v3 that Hyperion's looking to engage in. Shen, of course, Stan United is up if he needs to go in. And we do have, as suspected, Dogman in a side lane, just trying to get back into the game as best he can, get some augments, get some items, and be able to maybe affect the match as it goes on. Oh, but he's actually rotating mid here.
Makes sense. You know, you want to be with the team.
We might be seeing a 5v5 in a little bit of a second. We're getting some poke damage off the MFE. Ziggs bombing him. The bouncing bombs just coming in to pick off as much health as they can before Dragon's up. We got 33 seconds.
Sornads is pretty chunked. We saw Instinct take the reset. Rightfully dropped in the mid lane, trying to grab some more prio. And we see how bad it is for EDE now that they've lost all their tier 1 turrets. You know, the vision, it's just all Titan Gaming. And that'll give them a really nice path to walk into this jungle, get to this dragon first. It'll make it hard for EDE to try and walk in without that vision. They have to be really careful, especially with Sornads at about 50%.
Mountain Drake is up, along with the Summoners on Hyperion. Half health onto Sornads. I wonder if they're just going to go take the tower. Stun Daddy's walking up, Angel's walking up, Herring's walking up, and making them run away. Meanwhile, K-Peps is on Dragon with Abandon. Baron up in 50 seconds. And
yeah, Baron not an option here.
Mountain Drake's going to be secured by K-Peps. It looked like we were about to have a bloodbath, but unfortunately, EDE walked away. Probably the smart move from them, especially after realizing how much damage Herrings really does. Leandres and Ziggs is just such a nasty combo.
Yeah, a ton of damage, especially with that really nice start. Sornad's going to eat the Super Mega Inferno Bomb and be able to live to tell the tale. But I mean, the dragon, it was just given over completely for free, so you have to think that EDE will have some kind of better plan coming into this 4th dragon.
You gotta hope. It is scary for them if they're able to claim some bounties off of Angel and Herrings, then they can turn it around. I think, especially if those bounties go to Instinct or Dogman. The problem is they have Instinct and Dogman as their AP and AD damage respectively, and well, they don't really have Dogman's damage at all, and with him being their only AP, if they just start, if Volibear builds some armor, what do you do?
You cry. I think that's the answer you're looking for here.
You just cosplay a Mumu?
Exactly. Have 2 Mumus on your team, immediately win the game, but not looking the best. Like you said, Dogman still really struggling to get into this game, but EDE really does need that Victor pick to show up. And now that Harings has locked in that, the stopwatch, the Zanyas, they will be hard to pick off at the start of a fight, which is what the ED side want to do. So it's kind of all on My Name's Angel or Abandoned to be the ones that get caught out for ED to actually find a good winning opening to the team fight.
And Abandon and Mobility both in the side lane right now in bot. Obviously, we got a TP from Camille to show up. Stan Unite is up for Shen. Shen's going to take it back here. Probably then show up to the fight. It looks like both teams are posturing to take this Baron.
I'm not sure that EDE really have a great opportunity to do so. Their DPS on it is relatively light just because it is basically all from Instinct.
Deathray did do a little bit of damage there, though. More damage than I expected, at least.
A little bit, not quite a lot bit yet, though.
Oh, and Abandon going on Mobility Scooter. Ability Scooter able to Shadow Dash away. My mouth stop. I'm literally dying from how long these games have been going. Abandon trying to get some nice poke. Of course, the Shen Shield just preventing it, and really not much is going to be happening in that bot lane until a team fight breaks out.
But everywhere on the map, it does seem like EDE continuing to fall bit by bit further behind. 3,500 gold lead, the difference. And Herrings still has yet to die. You know, they haven't picked up a Darksteel or anything, so the snowball not quite as big as it might be. But certainly not looking good for EDE.
Not at all. And it's crazy just how far ahead, how convincingly they won the first two games. But it may be a miracle happening for Hyperion, being able to turn this series around. And now this game, it was so close for a bit, but Herrings and Angel just so strong. It's players that maybe didn't show up these first couple of games, but now in game 5 are bringing it to EDE.
Abandoned has passed along the proverbial torch here, saying, I'll just do my job. Time for one of you guys to saddle up, put the team on your back, carry us for this game 5. It is semifinals. It is your last chance to try and get a sweet, sweet spot in that Grands. And while the second match has not been determined yet, I'm sure whoever wins this will have a great opponent then. So, fantastic league we've seen so far tonight, and hopefully the rest of this game 5 will just continue to impress.
And right now, still slow. It's a minute until Mountain Drake is up.
EDE, they don't technically have to fight this, right? I mean, it is not the soul quite yet. But with every Mountain Soul or Mountain Dragon you give away, I mean, it's another 9% armor, another 9% MR that you're just continuing to give away, which you really don't want to do, especially when you are already behind.
I mean, Victor has another augment on that death right now. It is possible for them to take the fight. It's also scary to give up soul point, because if you give up soul point and the next fight isn't looking as good, you have to take it regardless, really. You drop Mountain Soul this game, it's really, it's over. You can't give up Mountain Soul in a game like this. And I almost wonder if this is as close as it's going to be for them.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you are interested if you're EDE, because it does seem like with every passing moment you are slipping a little bit further behind. So I would like to see a fight at this fourth dragon.
The poke, though, they're doing Hyperion doing a really good job at poking them and not letting them get a good engage. Engineer's been looking for something. He's over the wall here. A flash, Demacian standard, right onto Herrings. There's the Cataclysm. Herrings able to go out. Stun Daddy, big curse inside money. Bullet time deleting their team, but Dogman able to take down Stun Daddy. Herrings able to take down Mobility Scooter. And there goes Leona as well. Abandon chasing down the Engineer. And it looks like the fight was not in their favor. Instinct and Dogman able to get out. The entirety of the damage still alive on the side of Hyperion. Everything used except for Hextech Ultimatum, and wow! One-shots Dogman. Instinct running away with his life. Can Instinct keep the game alive? His back is against the wall. The reverse sweep looking soon. Folly Bear taking that third Mountain Drake. There goes the middle inhib.
25 minutes in. Herrings carrying his team on his shoulders. Game 5 stepping up. Titan Gaming Hyperion in a great situation now. Objective bounties available for EDE. Mountain Soul soon to be 5 minutes away. And it does really seem like even though a great Cataclysm from Engineer, it wasn't enough. And a great Bullet Time and Curse of the Sad Mummy really from the bot lane of Titan Gaming, able to claim that team fight really all to their own.
But Peps, Shadow Dash, Demacian Standard misses. Peps running to try to get out of here. Zenith Blade, Daybreak, and Instinct able to pick off Peps. Can they try to turn it around? Can they go for Baron now, maybe? Get the objective bounty and pray to God they can come back. They have some amazing siege. Of course, Dogman has some damage on him now. They have to try something. The game is slipping away from them, but that pick can change it.
Yeah, and it's not just any pick, it's a jungler pick. So this Baron, it would be uncontested. The hard part is going to be getting it low without taking a ton of damage from Hargs and from My Name's Angel. I mean, that's what sort of this poke comp, these poke champions really want to do. They want to disincentivize you from even starting something. And it does seem like it doesn't even matter that K-Peps is gone. EDE will pass the moment, pass the opportunity.
Oh, and Sunday with a nice bandage toss. Stand Unite on Engineer. Engineer able to get out with the Mossing Standard. And just the damage happening from double up here.
Yeah,
really
bad champion, right? That's what she said?
Okay, this is a 4-3 Misfortune, okay? To be fair, this late into a game, a Jinx is gonna do more damage, in fairness. I don't think she's garbage, I just think there's better ADCs out there.
Believe what you want to believe, Engineer pretty low.
I'm on a little bit of copium, maybe. With that Baron going down, Herrings just blasted away, oh my god. And they're gonna claim Baron, and that's looking like it's gonna be the end here. Abandon going on, Hextech Ultimatum, able to take out Dogman. Bombed onto Sornads. Sornad's trying to run away, not much he can do there. And Sornad's gonna go down. And it's down to Instincts and Mobility Scooter. 5 running down mid. The reverse sweep. Is it going to happen? It is sure looking like it. 17-9, 10k gold gap. Can Instinct and Mobility keep it alive? Back against the wall. Bullet time going off. Instinct ulting back into the Nexus. They take down Mobility Scooter, but Cataclysm Engineer able to help. Instinct looking for it. Instinct just going back and forth into the Nexus. Both towers going down. Open Nexus. Is the reverse sweep. Instinct trying to everything he can, but he's not able to do it. Instinct goes down, and that is going to be the game. Hyperion going to the finals.
Victory screen. Reverse sweep concluded. Titan Gaming Hyperion, the winners of your semifinals here. And it's just going to be a fantastic game, a fantastic series. What a storyline to see this team make it to the grand finals.
What a series. Great performances by almost everyone at one point for both teams. And man, that is proof on why you never give up, why you never surrender, never lay down and die. Emotional damage so convincing in the first 2 matches, but Hyperion bringing out everything to stay alive and make it to the finals.
So congratulations once again to them. You know, it's been, I know I was only on here for that last game, but still a treat to watch and a treat to be joined by you, Romeo. I don't know. I've got nothing else to say. You know, again, I was only a shoo-in at the very end. I feel like I don't have quite the understanding, but you know, like I said, a fun last game to watch and hopefully a fun finals next week.
It's sure to be, man. After that, anything, absolutely anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Emotional damage. Goodbye to you guys. And I believe that is all that we have from you tonight. So thank you all for joining us. It has been a pleasure. OMT Romeo, being the main person in charge here. Thank you for holding down the fort all 5 games.
And thanks for joining me for that final one.
Of course. Thank you, of course, to Fort behind the scenes as well, making sure everything is working for us. And we'll see you guys. I believe Monday is the next Omega Titan Esports stream. Sorry, just Titan Esports stream. You see, I said OMT Romeo, and I was like, oh, that's what I'm doing here. But I believe Monday will be the next stream, so stick around to that. If not, Tuesday,
Tuesday we have
Gladiator League
Gladiator
finals.
and the finals. I believe that is between Hard Hat and Breeze. And next week, do we have an update on Glacial and Verdant before we go? Do we have time for an interview? Is the question. We get chat's asking to see if we can interview anyone. Okay, sorry lads. Tell you what, maybe before next stream, I'll try to interview these lads on my off time and see what they say. But is it Glacial 3-1? It's looking like it's Glacial 3-1. That means the finals will be Glacial versus Hyperion.
Well, should be a great finals, but thank you all for joining us, and that is all we have for you, so we hope you have a great night.